Good morning, everyone. We're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2571X of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA guide requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I call your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Henson, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members for the attendance of conduct today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 9 cases scheduled for today. Once the case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today is a protest hearing status, case number 22 PRO 00018, District Still, license number 102521. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Good morning. Please stand by. Nicholas Locke, your rights have been elevated, and Jonathan Bender, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. I would like the parties to introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with Mr. Locke. You're on mute, Mr. Locke.
Good morning, Chairman and other members of the board. My name is Nicholas Locke, and I am representing District Still today. I'm standing in for Mr. Bianco.
Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, Mr. Locke?
Nicholas, Nicholas, last name Locke, Loch.
Thank you, Mr. Locke. Will the licensee be joining us this morning?
They will not.
Thank you. Mr. Bender, can you please state your name for the record, please? You're on mute, Mr. Bender.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Yeah, I've been having audio issues. I apologize, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Bender, JONATHAN BENDER for ANC3E.
Speaker, Mr. Bender, you are trailing off once you speak. So you start off, I can hear you clearly, but then as you speak further, then you've been trailing off. So just stay close to the microphone, please, sir.
Oh, is this better, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir, that is much better.
Okay, I apologize. As I said, for some reason, I've been having a lot of audio issues today. It's Jonathan Bender, JONATHAN from ANC 3E.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ma'am. Are there any preliminary matters in this case by either side?
No.
Nothing from the licensee.
Then this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing, protest hearing, on June 8th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Do the parties wish for me to go through the protest procedures or the format that will be following for a protest hearing?
No, sir.
So I just want to remind the parties that 7 days before the hearing, which is June 8th, the hearing is scheduled for June 8th, 2022. 7 days before the hearing, each side is required to submit a PIP, and the PIP should be shared with the opposing counsel and also with ABRA. And just want to advise you that that is required as a part of the hearing, that if there's no PIP, then the agency or the board might, unless good cause is shown, might prevent the other side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not previously been disclosed. It's my understanding that there was a mediation on the 26th, if the parties are unable to, the board support settlement. So if you're able to settle this matter, the board would welcome that. But if the parties are unable to settle this matter, I will see you then for the protest hearing on June 8th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Have a great day.
You as well.
The next case in our calendar is case number 22, PRO 00019. Beirut Nights, license number 120090. Ms. Foshbon, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Please stand by. The licensee is not present. Karen Cruz, your rights have been elevated. Lisa Palmer, your rights have been elevated. And John Hopkins, you have been unmuted. I cannot elevate you. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, now the licensee is Mr. Ibrahim. Mr. Ibrahim, are you online? If you're having some technical difficulties, can you please make that known through the chat? What I'm going to do, and this is something that I routinely do, this matter was scheduled for protest hearing status at 10:30. It is now 10:46. I will recall this case in approximately, I'm gonna move forward with the show cause hearing status, and I apologize to the parties, but this is what I do routinely if we were meeting in person. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna move forward with our show cause hearing status calendar. And once I concluded the show cause hearing status calendar, I will recall Beirut Nights. If the licensee is not there, I will make a motion.
Chairperson,
Yes, ma'am.
I have him present.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Joseph Jeroji has been elevated.
All right, could everyone have a camera? Can you please turn your camera on, please?
Can you see us now? I'm sorry, just to start, you're sending the invite to Mr. Zakaria. You're not sending it to the licensee. So this is where the confusion started. We were ready from the beginning, but you were expecting Zakaria, but you're not copying the Beirut Nights owner. So
Who is the Beirut Night owner?
Joseph Jarouj.
Is he online?
Yes, we are all here online with Zakaria.
Okay, so who's Mr. Oh, so Zachariah Ibrahim. All right, okay. All right, well, okay, I'm glad that everyone is there. Okay, good morning, everyone. So let us start off. So I would like the parties to introduce themselves for the record, to spell and state their name. Let's start with the licensee.
Joseph.
I'm Joseph Jarouj, the owner of Beirut Night.
Can you please spell your names? Please spell your name for the record, please, sir.
JOSEPHJARROUJE.
Good morning. How do you pronounce your last name, sir?
Jarouj.
Mr. Jarouj, what and please forgive me, but I just want to make sure that moving forward, are you comfortable moving forward in English, or do you want the agency, sir, to provide you with
I'll translate. I'm his wife. I'll translate.
All right, so but I just want to make sure that the agency can provide an independent translator, but so you're rejecting that because the wife is saying that she will translate. Is that correct?
Yes.
I need that on the record.
Yes.
All right. I'm saying one more time.
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
I agree. Yes, I agree.
You agree that the agency doesn't have to provide you an independent translator, that your wife will translate for you. Is that correct?
Yes.
He understands, but he cannot communicate back. So he understands what you said, but he cannot communicate back properly. That's the point.
I want to make, I hear you, ma'am, but I need to make sure he understands and he properly communicate back to me, because if that's not so, then I do not want us to to face an opportunity where at some stage the licensee stated that you did not provide me a translator and I did not understand the process. So that's why I'm going through this, sir.
ما يكون عنده liability لبعدين. تفضل رجعي ورا. Can you repeat, sir, so he can confirm it to you, rewording what you said?
What I'm stating is that as the licensee, I sense that there is a language issue. And so I want to make sure that you do not want the agency to provide you with a translator because your wife will translate for you. Is that correct?
Do you want a translator?
Yeah, I want.
You want a translator?
Yeah, I want my wife to translate for me.
Okay, that's fine. Ma'am, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Okay, my name is Leila, Leila. My family name is Jarouj, similar to his, Jarrouje.
Thank you. And who's the third person? Who's the third person sitting there?
Zakaria Ibrahim. I represent them in the process.
Can you please spell your first and last name, Mr. Ibrahim?
First name Zakaria is Zakaria. Last name is Ibrahim.
And you are the representative for the
yes.
licensee. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, let's have the protestants. Let's start with the ANC.
Good morning. Yes, this is Lisa Palmer, Lisa Palmer from ANC 2E.
And who else is there? Is there another person from the ANC?
No.
All right. So who are the other protestants? Please spell and state your name and identify yourself, please.
Good morning. I am Karen Cruz, KarenCruse. I represent the Citizens Association of Georgetown.
Anyone else? So those are the only parties. So this.
If I may, I know that John Hopkins, who represents the group of 5 neighbors, is also present. I was talking to him on the phone. I don't know if he's having issues with his webcam.
I need him to. Is he on the line? He has to be on the line. So if
Yes, Ms. Fashball noted that he is.
so, where is he?
He has been unmuted, Chairperson.
So can he please spell and state his name for the record, please? I'm sorry, what's his name again, please?
John Hopkins.
Mr. Hopkins, I need you to identify yourself, sir. Mr. Hopkins, if you're having some technical issues, I need you to. Hello? Mr. Hopkins, if you're having technical issues, I need you to say so. I need you to identify yourself in the chat if you're having technical issues. Or if someone has his information, can someone please contact him and find out what problem is he having? I was told that Ms. Fashbon elevated his rights, so.
John, they're trying to get you. Hello, John, they're trying to get you. Make sure you're unmuted.
لا عم بقول انه انا ما رح اتدخل انا بس رح ترجم وانت اللي رح تسوق انت
ما بلش في حدا.
Ms. Jarui, can you
Yeah.
please unmute yourself if you're not speaking, please? Just mute your telephone. Because I can hear you.
Unmuted and the video, make sure they're not locked off. Chair Anderson, Mr. Hopkins says that he can see you and he's got everything set up, but he can't hear you. I mean, you can't hear him.
But as he unmuted his line.
Have you unmuted your line? He's even tried to get on through the telephone number.
If I may say, I know from a process perspective, we want to know if he's here, but I've been in touch with Ms. Charouge, and as the representative from the ANC, I feel comfortable with where we are in the process. Perhaps we can talk about where we are, and then it will be less important if Mr. Hopkins is able to speak.
No, Ms. Palmer, if Mr. Hopkins does not identify himself on the record today, I have to dismiss his protest. Now, if there is a settlement between the ANC and the licensee, then his protest falls, but automatically falls. But unfortunately, if he's not here today, I have to dismiss him. Now, because there's representation that he's having some technical difficulties, I probably wouldn't do that in this particular case. But typically,
yes,
everyone has to show up at the status, because if you're not at the status, I'll dismiss you.
But Ms. Cruz put him on speaker and he could speak?
If she can do that, then fine.
Okay. Cookie, maybe you can just put him on speaker
John?
and he can.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so can you identify yourself for the record, sir? Ask him to identify himself for the record.
And identify yourself for the record, name and spelling.
Okay, John Hopkins, JOHNHOPKINS. S.
And who is he?
I represent the Wadsworth House Residents Group.
Thank you, sir. All right, thank you. All right. So so we have the Citizens Association of Georgetown, we have the ANC, and we have the Protestant group. Okay, fine. So everyone is here. Are there any preliminary matters? You had stated, Ms. Palmer, do you want to make some representation?
Yes, we've been working, all of the protestants and I have been working with the applicant on a settlement agreement. I sent an updated draft on Monday evening and heard back from the applicant this morning that, and she can speak for herself as well, but it sounds like we're on a good path. But she and I have been trading voicemails this morning, so I can't speak more specifically.
Hold on 1 minute, please. Hold on, ma'am. Thank you, Miss Palmer.
Sure.
And Miss I'm gonna go to the applicant last. So Ms. Cruz, are you a part of that agreement also?
Yes, the Citizens Association is, and Ms. Palmer is taking the lead on it. We are part of it.
All right, the licensee, who's speaking? Go ahead, please.
I'm going to speak on the behalf of Joseph. In terms of what Ms. Palmer just said, yes, she's right. We've been exchanging emails directly so we can have this agreement. She sent the agreement as she said Monday night. We went over it. I translated it to Joseph. We don't have any concerns, major concerns of what she sent. The main stuff, the basics, the timing, everything is okay. I was going to do a follow-up just about question related to the patio, but nothing important. But we're so far so good with Lisa on everything because we have a mutual interest to make this work.
Thank you for the representation. Well, the agency supports, the board supports settlement agreements. If the parties can settle this matter, it is application for a new license. And so if the parties can work towards a settlement, that would work out best for the community, because at the end of the day, everyone would be happy. If the board has to make a decision, one side or the other might not be happy. But if this matter is not settled, we will have a a protest hearing on March 25th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. So I'll just ask everyone, I'm sorry, May 25th, I apologize. Okay. May 25th at 1:30 p.m. So I will ask the parties to work towards settling this matter. If it can't be settled, we'll see you on May 25th. And just one last thing, I just want to remind everyone, if this matter goes to a protest hearing 7 days prior to the hearing, each side must provide us with a PIP. You need to share the document with each other and the agency. Okay, so yes, ma'am, you want to make a representation?
Question, so I understand, so I can explain to him. So what you're saying is the agreement that we received from Ms. Palmer needs to be signed between both of us before we come to you. Yes. Because we are in agreement in everything that she wrote, but we didn't sign it yet. This is what you're saying? I want to just understand.
What I'm saying is that as soon as, if you have a signed agreement,
okay,
as soon as it's signed, you send it to the agency, we'll cancel the hearing. So you don't even have to show up as long as we have a signed settlement agreement. So if this matter is going to be settled, the parties should come to agreement, send us a signed agreement as soon as possible, and we'll cancel the hearing. That's all. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, and Mr. Anderson, after we submit, just for the purposes of the applicants, since I know they have questions, after the agreement is signed, the ABRA board will, correct me if I'm wrong, but the ABRA board will review it, ensure that it meets the ABC board standards, and will then at what point do they receive a license? How does it work from the settlement agreement being signed to receiving a license?
Once a signed agreement is submitted to the agency, our legal office will review it for legal sufficiency, and we'll put it on our calendar, on our legal agenda, and we'll vote. And so therefore, say for example, if it's submitted today, it probably will be on, as long as if it's legally sufficient, it will be on our legal calendar next week, Wednesday. We'll vote on it. And it's just a matter of process about when the license will be issued. So the license will be issued as soon as whatever other, I'm not sure if there are any outstanding documents that the licensee would have to provide to the agency, but as soon as if there are no other outstanding documents that are required, then in due course, the license will be issued.
And Mr. Anderson, other documents would include full certificates of occupancy, et cetera. Is that correct?
That's correct. The agency will not issue the license until we have received a certificate of occupancy. Then that's normally, maybe that's probably the last thing that will be issued. So we're not going to issue the license until we receive a certificate of occupancy.
Okay, thank you.
So even if everything else is done, we're not going to issue the license until we receive a certificate of occupancy, or we're not going to issue a license unless we receive clean hands. I'm not sure the process, but our licensing division will ensure that all the necessary documents, as long as we have the necessary documents, then the license will be issued in due course. So the quicker, if this matter is going to be settled, the quicker you provide us with a settlement agreement, the quicker the agency will work towards issuing the license. Any questions by anyone?
Thank you, Sharon.
No, we're good.
Thank you, Sharon.
Well, thank you very much. It appears that I won't see you on May 25th. I hope I don't see you on May 25th. Right. So, so if you have agreed, please provide the signed agreement to the agency as soon as possible so we can free this time up on our calendar. Again, good luck with your negotiation. And I will take it as positive if I do not see you on May 25th. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And have a
Thank you
great
very much. Thank you.
day. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, we now move to our show cause hearing status calendar. The first case in our show cause hearing status calendar is case number 22-251-00003, the fireplace license number 14419. This case has been canceled. The parties provided the agency, the board, with an offer in compromise. We will review and just vote on it on our legal calendar later on this morning. The next case in our calendar is case number 22-MG00001. Corey T. Brim, ABC Manager, license number 119155. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the government attorney, which is, I believe, is Mr. Stephen Ortiz, and Mr. Brim, if he's on the line, please.
Please stand by. Corey Brim, your rights have been elevated. I do not see, oh, Stephen Ortiz just joined us. Your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Brim, Mr. Brim, do you have a camera, sir? If you have a camera, can you turn it on?
I'm trying to turn it on. I had an issue logging in too, and I'm using someone else's phone to log in now.
All right. Okay. Mr. Brim, do you want us to move forward or will you want me to wait for you, sir? Mr. Brim? Ms. Foshman, it appears that Mr. Brim is trying to log in. I know that he said he was trying to log in under another phone using another mechanism. Do you see him?
He has been elevated. Thank you.
Mr. Brim?
Yes, I can hear. I've been here the whole time. The issue I'm having is the camera.
I know, sir. That's why I was asking you, but
Yeah.
I was addressing you, but you didn't respond. Okay, all right, let's move on. Mr. Ortiz, can you? Yes, I can see you, sir. All right, good. Hold on, please. Mr. Ortiz, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good afternoon. Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's STEPHENORTIZ.
Good morning, sir. Good to see you. Mr. Brim, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Corey Brim, CORYBRIM.
Mr. Ortiz, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
There are no preliminary matters at this time.
All right, then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on June 8th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Mr. Brim, do you understand where we are, sir?
Yes.
All right, so therefore on June 8th, you can have whatever documents or witnesses that you're going to defend yourself. And 7 days before the hearing, sir, each side is required to submit documents and witnesses that they're going to rely on at the hearing. Those documents must be disclosed to each side, to the Attorney General's office, and also to ABRA Legal. And if the parties fail to disclose the documents, unless good cause is shown, the ABC board might prevent the side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
Or it is. All right, then. If this matter is not settled, we will see you then on June 8th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. for the show cause hearing. All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00010, Capital Fine Wine and Spirits, license number 82981. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the licensee in this case, please?
Johannes Woldemichael is not present, but the OAG, Stephen Ortiz, is present. That is all.
Mr. Ortiz, can you please introduce yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. It's STEPHEN or TIZ.
Morning, sir. I see that Mr. Walter Michael is not here, and his last name, his name is spelled Yohannes. Walter Michael, Woldemichael. He's not here today. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on June 8th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. Mr. Ortiz, is this your case, or do you know whether or not anyone has had contact with Mr. Walter Michael?
It's not my case, but the Assistant Attorney General, Kevin Lutz, he has communicated the offering compromise to the respondent, to the licensee, and he has not received a reply yet. And it was communicated several, like a week or so ago.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ortiz. June 8th, can the Attorney General who's assigned to this case, could he also remind in their communication, please remind Mr. Walter Michael that this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on June 8th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. I know that it's on the show cause hearing status, the notice, but just in case they have communication that both parties are reminded when the hearing is and that documents or witnesses must be disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing.
Will do.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 19-251-00157, assets, license number 113585. I see that Mr. Locke. Mr. Locke, are you still there?
I'm still here, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ortiz, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yeah, Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia, STEPHEN or TIZ.
Thank you. Mr. Locke, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Nicholas Locke, NICHOLAS, Locke, LOCH.
And you're representing, I'm sorry, please tell me your relationship to this case, sir.
I am appearing for Voyager 888, trading as assets, the licensee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Locke. Mr. Ortiz, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
There are no preliminary matters at this time.
All right, thank you. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on June 8th at 10:30 a.m. I just want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, you are required to exchange documents and witnesses. If documents and witnesses are not exchanged 7 days prior to the hearing, at a hearing, the agency, the board will might prevent the other side from relying on documents and witnesses who have not been disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing. Everyone is on board with that. Is that correct?
Understood.
Understood, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00078, Retail Local El Techo, license number 104119. This case has been canceled. The board was provided with an offer in compromise, which will be addressed on our legal agenda. The next case on our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00076, Retail Local El Techo, license number 104119. This case has been canceled. The board was provided an offer in compromise, which will be addressed on our legal agenda. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00066, Cafe Citron, license number 60138. Would Ms. Foshborough, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Please stand by. Clelia Baron-Dogue, your rights have been elevated. Colin Sensi, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Hello, good morning.
Wait. Hold on, please, ma'am. Hold on, please. All right, good morning, everyone. Mr. Sensi, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
No.
Not you, not
sorry.
the government first, please.
Okay, sorry.
Good morning, Chairperson Anderson. Colin Cenci, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General for the Office of District of Columbia, representing District of Columbia today.
Good morning, Mr. Tenchi.
Morning.
All right. The licensee, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Clelia Berindoage, CLELIA. Last name is BERINDOAGUE.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. This matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, there are, Chairperson Anderson. We have communicated with the licensee and we have agreed to terms on an offer in compromise. If you are comfortable, I can read the terms onto the record for the board.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chairperson Anderson. In reference to the first charge against the establishment operating a summer garden without an endorsement, because this is the first summer garden violation for this establishment, ABRA has suggested a warning to resolve this charge. In order to resolve the second charge, charge 2, expansion to another floor, a substantial change, violation of DC Code Section 25-762B3. Upon further review of the evidence, ABRA has found insufficient evidence to substantiate this charge and suggests that this charge be dismissed.
Thank you. That's it?
That is it, Chairperson Anderson.
All right, Miss, I am gonna butcher your name. I apologize, Miss
Berindoage.
Berindoage.
Yes, thank you.
It is my understanding that there's an offer in compromise, and the offer in compromise is that for charge 1, there's a warning, and charge 2 will be dismissed. Is this your understanding, ma'am, of the offer in compromise?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving up your right to a hearing?
Yes, I do. I am aware.
Are you also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving your right to appeal this matter?
Yes, I do.
All right, with that said, I make a motion that the offer in compromise for charge 1, a warning is issued, and charge 2 is dismissed, that it be accepted. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandis, and I agree the matter passed 6-0-0. I want to thank the parties for agreeing to reaching an offer in compromise to this in this case, and this matter is concluded. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Anderson.
Thank you. All right, then. We're now at the end of our morning calendar, so let us now do our agendas. Let's do our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated April 27th, 2022, for case number 22251-00003, the Fireplace license number 014419. The offer in compromise, charge 1, allows the establishment to be used for unlawful purpose, statutory authority, DC Code Section 2582382. That charge will be dismissed. Charge 2, fail to follow security plan, statutory authority, DC Code Section 82386. There's a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days of the board accepting the offer in compromise. If payment is not made within 120 days, the license will be suspended until payment has been made. I make a motion that we approve the offer in compromise. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 2, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing date May 4th, 2022. The case number 21 CMP 00007 MK Lounge and Restaurant, license number 88787. And the offer in compromise, sorry. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, failure to comply with the mayor's order. Patrons were not wearing masks, failed to provide social distancing by allowing more than 6 individuals to be seated at a table, failure to comply with 25% occupancy, 23 DCMR section 810.2. And the offer is $2,000 payable within 120 days, or the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, failure to comply with the mayor's order, failure to provide social distancing by allowing more than 6 individuals to be seated at a table, 23 DCMR section 810.2, that has been dismissed. And charge 3, failure to comply with the mayor's order, failure to comply with 25% occupancy, 23 DCMR section 810.3. This charge has also been dismissed. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. That is the charge 1, $2,000 within 120 days. A license should be suspended until the fine has been paid, and the other 2 charges have been dismissed. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review of the request to store records off-site license premises dated April 18th, 2022. This is for Bindas Bowls and Rolls, license number 120487. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is the review of our application for a tasting permit. This is for ABT Liquor, license number 112278. I make a motion that this matter be approved. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda is review request for approval to provide a gift of Washington Capitals playoff game suite tickets that do not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined before. I'm going to read all the names of the licensees at the end of the list. I will make a motion that these licenses be canceled. The first one is Union Wine and Liquor, license number 013855. The licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. Number 2, Grandel's Liquors, license number 071312. The licensee did not pay the annual fee. Number 3, Select Whiskey, License number 117401. The licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. The next one is Spree Espirit, ESPIRIT, license number 118902. Licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. And the last one is Stanton Liquors, license number 071601. The life safekeeping licensee did not pay the second year annual fee or extend safekeeping. I make a motion that the ABC board cancel these licenses. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move toward the board's one-day license and one-day substantial change docket. And I'm going to do, there are nine on the docket, but I'll do 8. I'm going to read the names of the first 8. Then I'll make a motion that the board approves the first 8. The first request is a request from Joy Myers, a one-day license class F. It's a wedding on May 20th, 2022. The license number is 121202. 20 attendees, one security guard. Number 2, a request from Rajat V, RAJATVIJ. This is for one-day license class F for staff picnic. This is May 19th, 2022. License number is 121222. 20 attendees, 1 security guard. The next request is a request from Roxanne Murden, a one-day license class F reception for LGBTQ. The event is June 3rd, 2022 and June 4th, 2022. The license number is 121244. 800 attendees, 23 security guards. Number 4, request from John Simina, JOHNSENIA Brooks, a one-day license class F, paint and sip. This is May 15th, 2022. The license number is 121251. 25 attendees, 1 security guard. The next request, a request from J. Julian, a one-day license class G, wedding, May 21st, 2022. License number is 121248. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. The next request is a request from Ryan Tenorio, a one-day license class G, a wedding, May 28th, 2022. License number is 121249. 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 7, a request from Scott Silkven, SILVKEN, a one-day license class G. This is a wedding. Licensee was approved by the ABC board on 4/27. Applicant requesting to change original hours. So this is on May 28th, 2022. The license number is 121236. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 8 is a request from Chacho Spirits, a manufacturer, a one-day substantial change, 1 year's anniversary celebration. 1 year anniversary celebration. Nature of substantial change: to use license to sell and serve off premises in licenses, private fenced-in parking lot immediately outside the adjacent to the establishment. DJ set up in same parking lot. This is on May 14th, 2022. License number is 117128. Substantial change license is 22 SC 00701. I make a motion that ABC board approves all these requests. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, a second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9 on the list is a request made by Lindy Promotions, Made in America Bar Crawl is a pub crawl, 1 day substantial change. Lindy's Promotions Made in America Bar Crawl. The event is July 2nd, 2022. The license number is 110455. The substantial change is SC 22SC 00522. The board had conditionally approved 1,000 participants on January 26, 2022. Now, the ABC are making a motion that we increase the participants to 2,000, meaning that for maximum occupancy load of 2,000. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing administrative docket. On the licensing administrative document, there are 20 applicants. I will review I'll provide the name of the applicants, the request that's been made, and at the end of the list, I'll make a motion that the board approve the request. So the first applicant, a request from Good Stuff Eatery, license number 089350. Their Retailer C restaurant, corporate name change application. The new name is Funky Chicken LLC. Number 2, a request from Logan Circle Liquors, license number 086950. Retailer A Liquor Store, trade name change application. The new trade name is F Street Fine Wine and Spirits. Number 3, it's a request from Matthew E. Priebe, Priebe. This is for personal importation permit application. The license number is 22 IMP 00013. Number 4, it's another personal importation permit application. This now is from Angel Moquete, Moquete. The license number is 22 IMP 00014. The next request, again, another personal importation application permit. This is from Audrey Kerian, Keranen. The license number is 22 IMP 00015. Number 6 is a request from Sydney Harmon Hall, license number 077986. They are Retailer CX Multipurpose Facility. Letter of request to remove the officers Robert Falb, F-A-L-B, and Michael Kahn. Number 7, a request from the Shakespeare Theater at the Folger Library, license number 017109. Their Retailer CX Multipurpose Facility. Letter of request to remove the officers Robert Falb and Michael Kahn. Number 8, Embassy Suites Hotel, license number 074001, Retailer C Hotel. Letter of request to remove the officer Timothy Mayland, President. Number 9, Embassy Suites Hotel, license number 074001, Retailer C Hotel, change of officer application, Terry L. Nelson, President. Number 10, Embassy Suites Hotel, license number 074001, Retailer C Hotel, letter of request to remove the officer James Bogart, Vice President. Number 11, Embassy Suites Hotel, license number 074001, Retailer C Hotel, change of officer application, Adams T. Boston, Vice President. Number 12, La Casina DC, license number 118360, Retailer C Restaurant, letter of request to remove the officer Angela Angelini. Number 7, Delias Catering, license number 103563, caterer, letter of request to remove the officer Akil Meyer and George Thorough, Theodorou. Number 14, El Tramanindo Adam Morgan, license number 071179, Retailer C Restaurant, letter of request to remove the officer Anna B. Reyes. Number 15, Rico Loco El Techo, license number 104119, Retailer C Restaurant, change of officer, application Daniel Hatem, Hatem. Number 16, Rico Loco El Techo, license number 104119, Retailer C Restaurant, letter of request to remove the officer Daniel Danial Diaz. Number 17, the Waldorf Astoria, license number 120992, Retailer C Hotel, transfer with sale application. Number 18, the Waldorf Astoria, license number 120990, Retailer B 25%, transfer with sale application. Number 19, Tesafe Ethiopian Restaurant, Retailer C Restaurant, stock transfer application. Number 20, Liquid Therapy LLC, trade name to be determined. They're a caterer. The new trade name is Liquid Therapy. That's it. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approve these applicants. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Connie Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. We have now come to the end of our morning calendar and our morning agenda items. The board will be in recess until our 1:30 hearing. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further action. Good morning. Have a great day. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We're back on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining us this afternoon are 5 other board members: Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this afternoon's calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of this hearing is understood by everyone. There are currently 2 cases scheduled for our calendar this afternoon. Once the case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. And so our first case that's scheduled for this afternoon calendar is case number 21. I said 2, but there's actually 3 cases on our calendar. I apologize. The first case on our calendar, the show cause hearing, case number 21 CMP 00007, MLK Lounge and Restaurant, license number 88787. This case has been canceled. The board accepted an offer in compromise this morning on our legal agenda. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00013, Privateer 4400 LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 119655. This case has been rescheduled to May 25th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. at the request of the ANC with the consent of the applicant. Now we're the only case that we're having this afternoon is a protest hearing, case number 22 PRO 00009, Good Food Markets, license number 119985. Ms. Foshburn, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Please stand by. Dion Brown, your rights have been elevated. Felicia Dantzler, your rights have been elevated. Patricia Janifer, your rights have been elevated. Philip Samble, your rights have been elevated. Rodney Hollins Sr., your rights have been elevated. And Thomas Ruffin, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If everyone, can you please turn your cameras on, please? And please, you can turn your camera on, but please mute your microphone. Your microphone should only be unmuted when you are about to speak. All right, so Mr. Sandoval and Mr. Hollins Sr., do you have a mic? Do you have a camera you can turn on?
I am trying to turn mine on now. This is Philip Samble.
This is Rodney Hollins. I'm trying to activate the camera also.
Okay.
For some reason, it's not recognizing my camera. Should I try to rejoin the event, or can we proceed without it?
We're gonna do a here, and I prefer if you have a camera, I prefer to see everyone. So why don't you log off and try to log back in? And Ms. Foshman, can you look for Mr. Sandball, please, and try to elevate his rights when he's back on, please.
Copy.
Thank you. Are you back, Mr. Sambal, or you did not log off?
There.
All right, good. All right. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a protest hearing that we are having. All right, so I would like all the parties to introduce themselves for the record and start. I will ask that you start by spelling your name, and let's start with the licensee.
Hi, Philip Sambol, PhilipSambol, representing Good Food Markets.
Good afternoon, sir. And I think let's start with the ANC. I think the ANC is who's here representing the ANC.
Hi, I'm Patricia Janifer. First name Patricia, last name Janifer, representing ANC 8D.
And who's here with you this afternoon, Ms. Jennifer?
I have Ms. Dion Brown. I have Mr. Thomas Ruffin Jr. And I have Mr. Rodney Hollins.
All right, so let's have Ms. Brown please spell and state her name for the record, please.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dion Brown, first name Dionne, last name Brown, Brown.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Mr. Ruffin?
Good afternoon. I'm Thomas Ruffin. I'm the chairperson and also legal counsel for the Anacostia Neighborhood Improvement Association. And my name is Thomas Ruffin, spelled Thomas, Thomas, and Ruffin, Ruffin.
And Mr. Hollins?
Good afternoon. My name is Rodney Hollins. Rodney is Rodney. Last name is Hollins, Hollins.
All right, Miss Jennifer, I just want to get some clarification. Is Mr. Ruffin representing the ANC or is he a witness? I'm just going to get clarification.
He is a witness.
Oh, he's a witness. Okay, fine. All right. So you're representing the ANC. You are the okay. All right. Good afternoon. All right. And I'm sorry. We have the investigator for Abra, Miss Dantzler. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Certainly. Good afternoon. My name is Felicia Dantzler. F like Frank, ELICIA, D like David, AN, T like time, Z like zebra, LER.
All right. Are there any preliminary matters? And we'll start. Mr. Sambal, did you provide us with a PIP?
I'm sorry.
Did you provide us with a PIP, sir, in the sense that documents and witnesses you wish to call rely on for this hearing today, sir?
No, sir.
So you're the only person who's going to testify today?
That's correct.
All right. As the ANC, are there any preliminary matters that the ANC wants to raise?
No, sir.
No? All right. I just want to ask some clarification moving forward. Is the ANC's position, or is the ANC's position that this is an application, I believe, for a new license? So is it the ANC position is that they do not want us to grant the license, or is it that they want us to grant the license with conditions? I'm just trying to get some clarification from the ANC.
We do not want them to want you all to present the license.
That's fine. All right. Okay. This is the process that we will follow today. The applicant will have 5 minutes to tell us what it is that he wants us to do. This is just an opening statement. So the applicant will just have 5 minutes to let us know what it is that he wants us to do. After the applicant presents his overview of what his case is about, then you're not presenting your case, you're just telling me, you're providing me a roadmap to say this is what you're gonna testify to, or well, since you don't have any witnesses, but this is what you're going to testify to when you present your case. Once the applicant provides his 5-minute overview, then the ANC will provide its 5 minutes overview by telling me what it is that they plan to prove, the witnesses they plan to call, and what it is that they want the board to do. Once the ANC has presented its opening statement, then the board will call its witness. So the board's witness is Ms. Dantzler. I will go through Ms. Dantzler's case report. Once Ms. Dantzler has presented her case report, the board will ask questions of Ms. Dantzler. Once the board asks questions of Ms. Dantzler, then the applicant will have an opportunity of asking questions of Ms. Dantzler. Once the applicant has asked questions of Ms. Dantzler, then the protestants will have an opportunity to ask questions of Ms. Dantzler, and then the board members will be allowed to ask follow-up questions after, if they so desire. After the board has presented its case, then the applicant will present its case. And so since Mr. Sampler doesn't have any witnesses, I assume he's going to testify, so I will swear him in. He will give his side of the story, why he believes that the agencies should grant the license. Then the ANC, once he has testified, the ANC representative will have an opportunity to cross-examine him. Once the ANC representative has had an opportunity to cross-examine him, then the board will have an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Sampler. Once the board asks questions of Mr. Sampler, I will give the ANC another opportunity to ask follow-up questions based directly on the questions that the board members asked, not new areas. But if the board members had asked questions, and if you believe that you want to follow up on those questions, the board members can do that. The ANC can do that, and then I'll give Mr. Sambol the last opportunity to provide any clarification. He will then rest his case, and the ANC will have an opportunity to present its case. So they'll call their witness, and once the first witness, Mr. Sambol will cross-examine that witness. Then the board might ask questions, and we'll go through that until we have exhausted all the witnesses. So I think there are only 3 witnesses, so we shouldn't be fine. We should be fine. I'd stated that this hearing, each side had an hour to present its case. My position is that I ask that you spend more of your time on direct examination rather than cross-examination, that you're presenting evidence, you're trying to convince the board. So Mr. Sambol he's trying to convince the board why the board should grant the license, and the ANC is trying to convince the board why the board should not grant the license. Are there any questions by anyone before we start? Mr. Sambol, do you have any questions, sir?
No, I do not.
Miss Jennifer, do you have any questions, ma'am?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Sambol, you'll have a maximum of 5 minutes to make an opening statement, sir.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to present here today on behalf of Good Food Markets, grocery store that has been operating in Ward 5 since 2015, and late last year opened a new location in Ward 8. As an alcohol seller for many years, we completely agree with the ANC, and I think the sentiments of the other folks who will speak today around the serious issues of public safety related to alcohol sales. There are irresponsible vendors near the store and that allow loitering and on-site consumption. Good Food Markets is applying for a beer and wine license, no liquor, for off-site consumption only. And as part of the Bellevue community, we're really committed to the process of community input and public hearing that's provided here, and have tried to make attempts to come to a compromise agreement that would put forward things that Good Food Markets will do in the normal course of operations in order to keep our staff safe, our customers safe, and the broader community that we're in. And I would say that we have been a trusted member of the Ward 5 community for many years, selling beer and wine since 2016. We have a security guard on site 7 days a week, who will also be responsible for enforcing DC law and the rules of any alcohol license. Drinking will be allowed on site. The area around the store is private property, so while DC does not have a loitering law, we can ask people to leave the sidewalk area directly in front of the store. Both our staff and our on-site security have been trained and are prepared in how to deal with this. It's not something that we've never dealt with before. We are very conscious of the fact that this is taking place at other nearby sellers and want to be a responsible alcohol seller, providing beer and wine as a complement to our everyday grocery offering, which as a social enterprise grocery store, our most important reason for being here is fresh produce, healthy prepared foods, basic grocery items, those things that everyone needs to make fresh, healthy meals at home. That's what we exist to do, create food access in places that don't have ready access to a supermarket or produce or fresh food. But we're also a business, and as we employ DC residents, including a management team made up entirely of Ward 8 residents, supporting additionally DC businesses in our cafe space and by featuring their products in the store, Many of our customers have expressed a desire to also purchase their beer and wine in the same trip. On the business side, it's a great department to have in the store. It rounds out many people's grocery baskets. I understand that everyone does not want to consume alcohol and doesn't purchase alcohol. However, for those who do, a 6-pack of beer, a bottle of wine, this is a normal part of a grocery trip and will really help to make Good Food Markets more of a full service offering in the Bellevue neighborhood. And I think just to speak directly to a couple of the points that were made in the protest, typically a full service grocery store increases, does not decrease property values. I think I understand the comment that's being made, but I would suggest too that there's a certain element of a community amenity and service amenity that the grocery store represents and is only enhanced by this overall. I think that of those other establishments that we share that stretch of South Capitol Street with, we're the only establishment that has daily security, and that is explicitly to enforce peace, order, and quiet. We're entirely managed, as I said, by local residents who know the community. We're hosting community events and classes, and the ANC is also starting to host events on site, including in the evenings. All of this is intentional in order to alleviate safety concerns and would help to really make that beer and wine section a part of a larger grocery section and not in any way turning into a liquor store or like a beer and wine depot. And I'm coming up on 5 minutes here, so I'll just add that we intend to sell all of the beer and wine at room temperature in an effort to discourage on-site consumption and some of the other problems you see elsewhere. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Jennifer.
Good afternoon, everyone. As I stated before, I am Commissioner Jennifer, a commissioner of 8D07 particularly, and I'm here to represent the commission and the community. I am currently a resident of the Bellevue community. I have lived and worked in this community for, I'm going to say approximately 17, 18 years. I've been an active member of the community as far as things that actually govern the community. While this is my first term as commissioner, I do recall attending ANC meetings where the Good Food Market representative pitched proposals of bringing an establishment into our community to offer for sale healthy foods. I do recall there was a workshop that was held at Bridgepoint where we held our meetings, where we had a little workshop, and in the workshop we were asked and explained to about what healthy foods are and what we should eat and what we should not eat, but never was there any mention of alcohol at all. And there was no mention whether alcohol was either healthy or unhealthy. It was just no mention of alcohol sales. The community was not made aware that Good Food would actually sell alcohol, would apply for a license to sell alcohol. And the developers in the very beginning promised the ANC that there would be no retailers in that building that would sell alcohol. And I know we speak about responsible sales of alcohol, and our main concern is the irresponsible sales of alcohol, because it does occur. It's not always reported, as the MPD reports will show, but it does occur. And that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, the board will call its first witness. We'll call Ms. Dantzler. Ms. Dancer, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Ms. Dancer, can you please spell your name for the record, please?
Yes. Felicia, F like Frank, Elicia. Dantzler, D like David, Ant like time, Z like zebra, Ler.
Ms. Dancer, where are you currently employed?
The Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration,
And how long have you been employed at this agency, ma'am?
15 years.
What are your duties and responsibility at the agency?
I enforce the alcohol regulations of ABC establishments as well as conduct regulatory inspections.
Have you ever participated in a protest hearing before?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Good Foods Market, the subject of this protest today?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become aware of this establishment?
I was assigned the protest investigation of this matter.
Now, can you tell us when you're assigned to investigate a protest, tell me what does that entails?
It entails me contacting the protestants as well as the applicant or the applicant's representative. I visit the establishment to monitor for those matters that are of concern. I take photographs, pertinent photographs of the area, and then I reduce all my findings to a written report.
Now, did you speak to the licensee or any representative of the licensee?
Yes, I spoke with the licensee only to the degree to let him know I was at his establishment, as well as to get information on the trash collection. And I spoke with the licensee's representative at the time, Ms. Kimberly Shin, in an effort to see if she had a statement for the investigative report.
So what information, if any, were you able to gather as a result of speaking to the licensee and his representative?
Okay, from the licensee, from the representative of the licensee, Ms. Shin did not provide a statement for the protest report.
What about, did the licensee himself, did he provide a statement?
No, I did not ask Mr. Sambo any direct questions outside of which trash collection that he used, because he was being represented by counsel.
So what information, if any, did you receive by Mr. Sambo regarding his trash collection, since you said you spoke to him directly?
That Roadrunner trash collection collects the trash twice a week.
Did you speak to any representative of the ANC?
Yes, sir.
Who did you speak to?
Ms. Jennifer. Patricia Jennifer. Mhm.
What information, if any, were you able to gather from your conversation with Ms. Jennifer?
Ms. Jennifer stated that the ANC is protesting on the issues of peace, order, and quiet of the neighborhood, as well as pedestrian and vehicular traffic concerns. Ms. Jennifer went on to state that she explained that the area near Good Food Market has already 2 existing A stores within walking distance of Good Foods Market, and that there were a total of 6 ABC establishments selling alcoholic beverages in the area. Ms. Jennifer stated that the existing ABC establishments in the community has been plagued with crimes surrounding establishments selling alcohol, and the quality of life issues surrounding disorderly conduct, robberies, assaults, fightings, shootings, assault on police officers, and incommoding. Ms. Jennifer went on to say that the Court Services and Offender Supervision Agency, also known as CSOSA, It's located a short distance from Good Food Markets. And she also went on to say that the clients of CSOSA are inmates who are returning to the community. And Ms. Jennifer stated those individuals returning to the community from incarceration, they have to pass by behaviors that could be tempting to those individuals returning to behavior where it could lead them possibly to go in the wrong direction. Ms. Jennifer also stated that there have been shootings that have resulted in deaths. Ms. Jennifer shared that Good Foods Market is also seeking to have a tasting endorsement. And she stated that this will be a bad idea for an area already having so many social problems. Ms. Jennifer stated that the establishment would like to have a sidewalk cafe with alcohol service, and if granted, it would create a problem given the multiple quality of life concerns that exist in the neighborhood. And lastly, Ms. Jennifer stated that currently Good Food Market has one unarmed security guard, and the owner will not be adding another security guard due to costs.
Ms. Stanford, so on the placard notice, is Good Food Market applying for a tasting endorsement?
Yes, they did.
Know what a tasting endorsement is?
Yes, sir.
Can you please tell us what that is, please, if you're you know?
Yes, a tasting endorsement allows the licensee to allow patrons who are of age to consume and purchase alcohol to taste certain items that they have selected before purchase.
Now, you also stated that Ms. Jennifer stated that they were asking for a sidewalk cafe. Is there a sidewalk cafe endorsement on the placard in notice?
No, I did not. Before I speak, let me just double check my exhibit for that. I want to make sure I state that correctly. And that would be Exhibit 19. I will be speaking from Exhibit 19.
I'm going to ask you later on to share your screen, but you can just try to answer that question if you can at this time.
Okay. I believe the placard did not state.
The placard did not state that. What does that mean then?
That means that the establishment did not request to have a sidewalk cafe or summer garden.
Now, can you tell us about, let me do this. Do you have the ability to share your screen with us, please, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Can you please, Ms. Fosman, can you please allow Ms. Dantzler to share her screen, please?
This has been accomplished.
Can you share your report with us, please?
Yes, sir. Do you see it?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Okay. Brief indulgence, I'll tell you. Hold on 1 second.
Looks like you may be on mute.
Hello, do you now see it?
No,
Hello?
no, ma'am. I can't see. You're not sharing your screen.
What about now?
No.
I don't know.
Are you in the office?
Yes, sir, I am.
Could you ask someone to assist you, please, if there's anyone close to you, please?
Sure. Hold on 1 second.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Now it's there. Can you please identify the document on the screen, please?
Yes, this is my investigative report.
All right. Can you go to page 3? And I just want to just briefly summarize. Tell us about the characteristics of the neighborhood, please.
Yes. So according to DC zoning, Matrix Good Foods Market is located in an MU-5A zone, which calls for mixed use for developments of commercial, residential, and multi-dwelling units.
Now, are there any schools within 400 feet of the establishment?
No, there was no school within 400 feet.
Or what about any libraries?
Yes, there's a library within 400 feet.
Are
that
you
is-
aware of,
Mhm.
I'm sorry. Are you aware of any other ABC licensed establishment within 1,200 feet of the establishment?
Yes, sir. Spar Liquors and Mead Wine and Liquors.
And I know it says 1,200 feet, but physically about how close are these two establishments to Good Food Market? Are you, excuse me, are you aware how close? I know it's within the 1,200 feet, but do you know how close they are to this establishment?
Yes. Good Foods Market is in the 4001 block of South Capitol Street, and Spar Liquors and Mead Liquors are in the block before Good Food Markets. Spar Liquors is across the street from Mead Liquors.
So the other two ABC licensed establishments are approximately what, 2 blocks, 1 or 2 blocks away? Is that correct?
Less than a half a block away.
I'm sorry, less than a half a block. What about, tell us about parking and bus stops in the vicinity, please.
The parking consists of Ward 8 parking, bus zone parking, no standing, no parking, loading zones, just a mixed use of parking. I didn't see any, did not notice any garages in the vicinity.
Now, can you describe the facility, the Good Food Market, the interior and exterior for us, please?
A Good Food Market is described as a large 1-story building sitting on the corner of Atlantic Terrace and South Capitol Street Southwest. You enter through the vestibule, and once you get inside to the right, there's an area that's called Kitchen Crazy, and that company prepares their foods with the equipment used by Good Food Markets. The establishment is a very clean establishment. It consists of rows and rows of grocery items. Also, fresh foods were observed. It also had a mixture of non-alcoholic beverages like your sodas, your milk. There also was dairy items, and it's just your typical grocery store.
Do you have any exhibits that will provide us some a bird's eye view of the interior and the exterior of the establishment, please?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what exhibits and
Yes.
and go to those exhibits, please?
Sure. I'm going to go to, hold on. Trying to rotate this here. Can't seem to get it to rotate. Okay.
But what's
So
the first exhibit?
the
that you're
first
trying to-
yeah, this is exhibit number 4, which shows the establishment at the corner of Atlantic and South Capitol. This
I'm sorry, what's around, describe the building for us, please.
okay, so at the establishment sits below an apartment building, and the apartment building has approximately 195 apartments there. The name of the apartment buildings is called South Capitol Apartments, and this area right here in the next block on Atlantic is the library that is in walking distance of Good Foods Market and Cafe. Exhibit number 5 is the seated area inside of Good Foods Market. When I visited the location, there was just one person there. It seemed like he was utilizing some Wi-Fi. This is Kitchen Crazy, the area. As soon as you come in, that's to the right, which is exhibit number 6. And this is where the preparations are used to used to hold on, used to prepare their items. Let's see, hold on. I've lost my screen here. Brief indulgence. I don't know what happened. Okay.
I think we're on exhibit number 6.
Okay. Exhibit number 6 is Kitchen Crazy. And these, for the exhibits 7 through 18, are the rows of assorted grocery items.
Well, can you, let's go to number 7. What are you showing us in number 7, please?
These are rows of grocery items, as you can see, assorted chips and dips and jellies.
Number 8.
Number 8 is additional grocery items of canned foods.
Number 9.
Number 9 is the same, assorted canned foods, pastas, sauces. Number 10 is the refrigerant area of refrigerated items. As you can see, additional foods of berries and French fries. Exhibit number 11 is, as you can see, cereals and box pastas. Exhibit number 12 is refrigerated produce. Exhibit number 13 is a refrigerant with dairy items and juices. Exhibit number 14 is luncheon meats and smoothies. Exhibit number 15 are the assorted beverage, non-alcoholic beverages, Gatorade, colas. Number 16 is the fresh produce. Number 17 is another refrigerator with produce items. Number 18 is the checkout counter. Right there.
Okay, so how would you describe what you saw? Is this what type of facility, based on your experience as an investigator, what would you describe this facility as?
As a full service grocery store.
Now, what are the hours of operation that's on the placard in notice, please?
Okay. The hours of operation is Sunday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. And those are the proposed hours of sales are the same, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Saturday.
Now, did you get a chance to visit the facility?
Good Foods Market, yes.
Yeah. So when did you go to visit?
That was April 22nd, 2022.
How many times did you go to visit the facility, or did the agency visit the facility?
Yeah, collectively, we were only able to visit the establishment on 4 occasions.
And the 4 visits that were done by the agency, were anything out of the ordinary observed?
There was nothing out of the ordinary observed as it relates to the operation of the establishment. In the area, there was a lot of loitering where Mead's Liquor is located.
But did you notice any loitering in front of this establishment?
There was no loitering in front of the establishment. There is a daycare center that's in the same block as Mead's Liquors and Spar Liquors. And I did speak to a representative at the daycare center. I was told that the daycare center housed about 64 children from the ages of, I believe it's 3 months to 5 years of age. The representative told me that the loitering at Mead's Liquor had become so problematic that the parents did not feel safe entering the daycare center from South Capitol Street side. So all parents or guardians enter the rear of the daycare center.
But was the loitering attributable to this establishment?
No, sir.
So were you able to do a record search to find whether regarding calls for service for this establishment or from this address?
Yes, from this address between January 1 of 2021 until the date the report was ran, which was April 20th of 2022, there were 339 calls for service for the address of 4001 South Capitol Street. And
I'm sorry. So generally, what were the natures of these calls generally, if you have had a chance to look through this?
Yes,
report?
there were a variety of calls from service, from domestic violence, stolen autos, assaults, unwanted persons, disorderlies, shoplifting. So there were quite a few, a mixed array of crimes for service, repeated calls for those types of occurrences. But what I also learned too is that the Department of Human Services, although it's in the next block, I want to say like the 4100 block of South Capitol Street, when calls come in, they're actually using 4001 South Capitol Street, the same as the licensee's address. And then when I took a closer look at the pages of calls for service, I was only able to recognize, I want to say 3 or 4 calls that was actually related to Good Foods Market. So out of those 330 plus calls, only 3 or 4 were contributed to Good Foods Market. And those types of calls were an unwanted persons or a shoplifter.
And this is over a period of a year?
Yes.
Is that?
Yes.
What are the other, there are additional exhibits that are attached to your report. Are there any that you want to bring to our attention that you have not brought to our attention before?
Yeah, just to put on the record that Exhibit 20, which is here, are the calls for service, consist of 23 pages for MPD calls for service. And that's the document I was speaking to that only has Good Foods Market having 4 of those 330 plus calls from that list.
As a result of your investigation, anything else you think is of interest you should bring to the attention of the board?
I did do a little further investigations as it relates to the ANC's concerns about the 6 ABC establishments outside of the ABC establishments that are within 1,000 feet of Good Foods Market. And what I counted was that I was able to identify 2 other ABC licenses and going towards Maryland, and there were only 2 other ones. The next nearest establishment, ABC establishment outside the 1,000 feet foot rule was Elmira Grocery, which was located in the 4400 block, much beyond the 1,000 foot. And then the next one after the Elmira was South Capitol Liquors, which was close to 8 blocks away.
Thank you, Ms. Dantzler. You can close your screen now. Thank you. Mr. Sambo, do you have any questions? I'm sorry. Any other questions before Mr. Sambo? Any questions by the board members of Ms. Dantzler regarding her report?
Chairman?
Yes,
May
is
I?
that you, Mr. Grandis? Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you.
Grandis.
Thank you for your very good written report and your presentation today. I may have overlooked it in reviewing the report. Do you know how many years this licensee has been at that location?
No, sir. I just learned through Mr. Sambo's presentation.
Okay, so you have nothing to, document that, but I can speak to him later then. Did you research on whether there was an ABC license to that establishment before he took occupancy?
No, I did not. Throughout my years of writing in that ward, I don't recall an ABC establishment being on that corner. It's a newly erected building. I want to say probably within the last couple of, few years.
Yeah. And so prior to writing the report, did you have occasion in your job to go into that establishment?
Yes, sir.
And would you say that the pictures that you have attached to your report are good representation on the cleanliness and sanitation that I seem to, it appears to me when the picture through your pictures, it looks like a very clean, well-organized establishment. Would you say that's from your experience on years prior, it was similar?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the nicest establishments I've been in. It's well lit, well ventilated, well kept.
And I may have missed this. It's on the corner, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how would parking be if somebody wanted to go in there if it is a B license?
There is street parking. It appears that the Department of Health has some sort of parking facility on that kind of shares the same like driveway of Good Food Market. So I'm not certain if any of that is Good Foods Market or it's all belongs to Department of Human Services.
And if I understood your testimony, that there are two Class A licenses within 1,000 feet
Yes,
of
sir.
his? Are there any Class B licenses within that same zone?
That's a good question. I don't have an answer to that.
Okay, thank you. I think you mentioned that while not in front of his establishment, you did observe loitering within that 1,000 feet.
Yes, heavy loitering at Meads.
And Meads is a ABC licensed establishment with what class?
Class A.
And are you familiar within that neighborhood, not so much 1,000 feet, but and you may have mentioned this, I just didn't see where the closest Class B license was to this establishment.
Correct. I believe it's actually Elmira's Market, which is in the 4400 block.
And
of
and
South
how
County.
how far would that be?
Approximately 4 to 5 blocks away.
And is that establishment, do they have excessive loitering at that location?
That I
you-
don't know.
Okay, I'm just going, not necessarily in this period for this document, but you mentioned that you had been in this particular establishment. I thought perhaps you may have been in others, but that's fine if you don't know. Would you say from your experience that the heavy loitering seemed to be somehow around Class A's more than the Class B's?
I think that, yes, the Class A's, they both had loitering. I did the protest report for Spar Liquors, just the latter part of last year, I want to say. And it seems like, I believe the attraction for those two A stores is because it is, to me, it's just both properties for Meads, where that's located in that little shopping center, and Spar Liquors is unkept. It's like a broken window syndrome. It's like if you got the broken window, then you start with the graffiti, then you start with the loitering. It seems that's more, in my opinion, the issues, that those properties are not well kept as Good Food Markets. I believe because it's very clean and orderly, that could be a deterrence.
And do you know right now what the closing time is? Not in the application for Class B, but do you know what the closing time is for this establishment now?
No, sir.
And would you say from your experience that establishments that close at 10 o'clock, perhaps, do they tend to have loitering after 10 o'clock in front of their place, or do loiterers tend to move to other areas that may be open?
Well, when I did the investigation, my monitoring of the establishment, I didn't see any loitering at Good Foods at night either. It was Spar and Meads.
The Class A's.
Yes.
So there perhaps is a distinction between the type of activities and within a radius of a Class A that you don't often find with a Class B.
It very well could be. I
It's
just
just
saw
your
the-
observation. If you don't have it, that's fine. I'm not wanting to put words in your mouth.
No, it's that it was clear to me that the other two properties with the A stores, the properties are not kept up. You know, the cleanliness, the police were often in the area, so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I want to thank you, and you
You're
did a very
welcome.
nice presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr.
You're
Chairman.
welcome.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Sample, do you have any questions of Ms. Dancer?
No, I don't think I have any questions. I assume there'll be opportunity later to fill in some of the factual points that were brought up there but not clarified.
Ms. Jennifer, any questions of the investigator?
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
She mentioned bus stops outside the Good Food Market. Did she notice any?
Miss Jennifer, you're
Yeah.
asking questions of her.
Yeah.
Just ask her. You're saying did she? So
okay,
you're asking. You're speaking to her directly, ma'am.
Okay. So did you notice any? Did you see the bus stop on Atlantic Street that's right outside of the Good Food Market?
No, ma'am, I didn't notice that.
Okay. Did you notice in Exhibit 4 the bus stop?
The bus stop I noticed was the A8 that's positioned on the sidewalk in front of Meats.
Okay. You spoke about walking distance for the library. Do you know approximately how many feet away that library is?
I don't know the approximate feet, but it's the side of Good Foods Market. One side is on Atlantic and the other side is on South Capitol. So the library is right at the next block on Atlantic. So it's like less than a half a block, it appears to me.
Okay, and the driveways that you spoke of, did you see any no parking signs there or loading zone signs there?
I did see a loading zone, and I wasn't sure though whose parking lot that is. I'm not sure if that's DOH's, Department of Human Services. I was a little confused with whose property that is.
Okay, and within the Good Food Market, on the inside and outside where their bar seating is located, did you see a boarded window that had a painting on it?
No, and I did not observe any bar seats. I saw just regular chairs.
Okay. That's it. No more questions. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Before I dismiss Ms. Dancer, any final questions by any board members?
I just had one, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Yes, Investigative Dancer, thank you for your testimony today. There was mentioning of a tasting or endorsement with the license. Can you explain what that is and how that would affect the community? If it would at all?
Yes. Yes, the tasting permit allows the licensee to allow the customer to sample certain whatever they choose to present, allow them to sample alcoholic beverages. So with the B license of just wine and beer, I want to say that wine is the max one patron can have is 12 ounces. And I want to say with the wine, it's 8, but don't quote me on that. There is a
Okay,
limit.
so I guess that's what I'm trying to get to with my question. So with a tasting license, someone can come in the store and purchase a bottle of wine and drink it right there in the store? Is that what a tasting license does?
Not necessarily. The licensee has to have the alcoholic beverage clearly marked as sample. And they have to have it in a specific area of the establishment. And so if they have just a setup of beers, everything that they're sampling should state sample. And that is not, the patron is not allowed to purchase, let's say, a 6-pack and then take one and open and consume it. It doesn't allow for that. It's just allow for that particular, if he wants to sample, let's say Budweiser, then that it is only sample, those items that are marked sample can be sampled.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Are you still there, Mr. Short? Mr. Short. Mr. Short. Are you still there, Mr. Short? All right, you're okay. All right.
Can you hear me?
Okay. I can hear you now. Yes, I can hear you. Any other questions? Any other questions, Mr. Short? All right, I believe that Mr. Short is done asking questions. Mr. Samble, do you have any follow-up questions you want to ask Ms. Dantzler based on the questions that were asked by Mr. Short? Hold on. Mr. Short, are you done, sir?
No, I never got a chance to ask the question, Mr. Chair. Apparently, you guys are getting cut off from me, and I'm getting cut off from you also. But at any rate, what I was trying to get investigator Dantzler to say is, does a person have to purchase something to taste something?
I believe she answered your question earlier, but go ahead, Ms. Dantzler.
I never, Mr. Chair, I got cut off, and it's not my fault. I don't guess it's political issues. I never heard an answer to my question. So
no, she answered your question. I was just saying she answered your question, but I guess I didn't realize that you were gone. But she did answer your question. But go ahead, Ms. Dantzler. Can you answer, Mr. I'm sorry. Are you there, Mr. Short? Because I don't see you anymore. Hold on, Miss Dancer. I don't know where Mr. Short is. I think he has now disappeared. So let me wait to see what's going on.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me now, Can you hear me now, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Okay, all right. I was never logged off. I was never logged out. The question I wanted to ask you about, and I've been trying to, just one question. I just wanted to know about since this licensee wants to have a tasting endorsement. I just want the tasting endorsement explained so the public and I would know more about it for this hearing. So if Investigator Dancer, can you just explain to me what a tasting endorsement would include for this license?
Yes, the tasting endorsement allows the licensee an opportunity to allow his customers to sample um, alcoholic beverages before purchase. And with that sampling, though, the bottles and the cups that the patron, well, they're not drinking from the bottle, but the bottle that is up for sample has the word sample clearly written on it, as well as the cup, that the cup has the word sample written on it.
Mr. Short. Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You're back now. Do you have any other questions, sir?
No, I'm not going to even attempt to, sir. I had some more, but with technical problems we're having today, I don't think it would be an advantage to the board right now or the public to hear me asking more questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Short. Mr. Samble, do you have any questions of Ms. Dantzler based on the questions Mr. Short asked?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just want to clarify, Ms. Dantzler, the tasting part of the license is not any time. It is limited to certain days and times. Is that correct?
I think it would be up for interpretation because I see there is a little disconnect as it relates to the licensee's understanding. I believe currently our office is allowing tasting consistent with the licensee's operating hours.
Understood. Okay. And yes, previously it was restricted to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday after a certain time of day. So I was not aware that rule has changed. So thank you for clarifying that. And the licensee could only sample product that had been previously provided by a distributor, a legal licensed distributor. Is that correct?
Yes, my licensed distributor, yes.
So a licensee cannot take a bottle off the shelf and offer a customer a sample on the spot. This is for pre-planned and approved events with taxed and provided samples from an approved distributor, correct?
Well, I can't really say yes or no to that. My experience is when a wholesaler is there, generally that's when I've seen a lot of the operations when the wholesaler is actually there, allowing the licensee to sample, allowing the customers to sample when the wholesaler is present.
Thank you.
Other questions, Mr. Samble?
No, thank you.
Ms. Jennifer, any questions? Any questions to Ms. Dancer based on the questions that were asked by Mr. Short?
No.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Dancer, for your testimony.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Samble, how do you plan to present your case, sir?
Yeah, so is this an appropriate time to respond to some of the issues that have been raised?
All right, let me raise your right hand. Can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Present your case, sir.
So I just wanted to speak to a couple of the factual points that have been brought up, specifically just to continue the last topic, the tasting endorsement. Just to be clear for the public and the community members here, this is definite. This tasting license is so that suppliers and producers can come into the store and sample their product. We sample these in 2-ounce cups, so there would be like a beer, a wine for sampling. That's also available for purchase. This is in no way, shape, or form in practice or an intention about creating an environment where people are consuming alcohol in the store. It is for pre-planned events that are promoted and marketed as such. If anything, I would suggest it's a pro-social event and not an anti-social event that encourages folks to come and meet local producers, sample new products, etc. Similarly, the Sidewalk Cafe is not a part of this application. If Good Food Markets was to apply for a public space permit to allow people to sit outside, it would not include on-site consumption. That's a completely different license that we do not intend, and I don't even know if we would qualify for. So just to be clear about any outside activities or dining that may take place would not include on-site alcohol consumption. On some of the parking and transportation issues, I did want to point out that there are parking garages for residents and guests of the building. There is the parking garage for DHS. It's my understanding that that is restricted to DHS and Community of Hope employees and patients and clients. I'm not sure. There's been a lot of conversations about opening that up to the broader public, but I'm not sure if that's taking place. We've worked extensively with the landlord and other neighbors to address the parking situation there. But our intent in this license is to serve our current customers and those residents who are largely walking or passing by Good Food Markets on their way to do other things. So I just want to suggest that we're not turning into a new type of establishment that would generate significantly more parking pressure than was already contemplated with the retail zoning. And a couple of the hours. So the application hours are looking at the extent of any activities that we've ever undertaken at any of our stores. So 8 a.m. is the longest that we've ever opened. 9 p.m. or earliest, I should say. 9 p.m. is actually the latest that we've ever closed. We've occasionally had events that ran past 9 o'clock, but in terms of operating, the current operating hours of the store are 11 to 7. We would not sell this one product outside of our normal operating hours. So, if there was an early morning event or there was a event that ran into the evening and the store is open for business, we would want to be able to sell all the products that we have in the store, hence applying for the license from 8 to 10. But we wouldn't be open just for sales of beer and wine outside of our normal hours. I also just wanted to clarify a couple of the things that have come up around safety, particularly the 911 calls, the loitering and other criminal activity. Well, loitering is not criminal, but loitering and criminal activity that is taking place at the other stores. We've seen the same thing in Ward 5, where within a block of us in either direction, there's a Class A licensee that allows loitering, that allows other activities to take place, that allows consumption on site, none of which we do. That negative loitering has never bled over, gone over, moved over to Good Food Markets. Even when those establishments closed or had their licenses suspended, we didn't see those folks coming over and starting to hang out in our space because we don't allow that. And I think that however other establishments are operating their businesses and allowing things to take place that they shouldn't be is not a reflection on how GFM has historically run our business, is currently running the establishment on South Capitol Street, or what we would do moving forward if awarded a license. And I've talked about the security and training. All of our staff are certified alcohol managers, as well as certified food managers. So, you know, we're responsible for our space, what happens within our four walls, and our responsible vending of beer and wine. You know, things that happen across the street, like shootings at the AutoZone or down the block in loitering and criminal activity, also have implications on us. And so, you know, it is, I think, incumbent upon us to create a safe environment there. These things that are happening, we are not in control of now, and we won't be in control of in the future. But I think it's been demonstrated that Good Food Markets is committed to maintaining a safe environment and being a responsible alcohol seller, which can exist even in the environment of irresponsible sellers. And just one last point, or a couple of points. There's no bar at GFM, and we do not serve, nor do we intend to serve alcoholic beverages for on-site consumption. We do have seating by the window that's elevated, that is open to the public, and people can consume non-alcoholic beverages and food purchased there. The broken window that was raised earlier has been replaced after being shot out right a week before we opened, 4 days before we opened our doors. It was a custom job that took a long time to order, but that Good Food Markets has replaced that per the terms of our lease and in response to that criminal activity. So I just wanted to add those things that have been brought up just to clarify, and hopefully that can add some additional details that are helpful to the board.
That's it, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Jennifer, do you have any questions of Mr. Sambo?
Okay, I do have questions. Well, he states that they're going to be a responsible seller. What does that mean?
I use that terminology because that's the terminology that ABRA and the training programs use. A responsible seller only sells to people 21 years of age or older with valid ID, does not sell to minors, does not sell to people who are intoxicated, does not allow criminal activity to take place on their property, including sales of drugs, does not allow for DC law or ABRA regulations to be broken, such as on-site consumption. Those are the big things that characterize a responsible seller as far as manager training and board ABRA certification are concerned.
So what will you do differently than the other stores, spa and meat liquors, to be certain that drugs aren't sold on the outside, immediate outside of your store, even in that little vestibule area of your store, or that alcohol is not consumed there, or that any crimes are taking place there, and especially in that bathroom that you have there in that vestibule?
Well, on the bathroom front, we should talk offline about getting the landlord to fulfill their responsibility to keep those secure. They have not fixed a broken lock in over 6 months. That allows one of those doors to be inoperable. And so we really only have control over one of those. But to the question of what will we do differently, I mean, I'm not necessarily in touch with those operators. I don't know what they are doing, but I can, as we all see when we pass by those places, you cannot allow people to consume alcohol on premises. And so I think starting from the beginning, we don't sell an excessive amount of single beers. Those are the most commonly consumed on site. I mean, this is illegal activity also. So, you know, the MPD can be involved when someone is committing a crime on your premises as the business owner. So, you know, we have trained staff who is selling a product that is really not being sold for immediate consumption. It's being sold for at-home consumption. It is at room temperature, and it is in, you know, kind of a home-size package, a 6-pack, a bottle, a 12-pack, something like that. It's not cold. It is, and there's no, and that person won't be allowed to stop there. So our current procedure is that the manager interacts with them, talks to them, asks them to not loiter at the space or whatever. This is the same whether someone was stealing, defacing property, breaking our furniture. These are all things that have actually taken place. So, you know, drawing from memory and experience here, you know, you ask this person to stop. If they will not, and you ask the security guard to intervene. The security guard is unsuccessful in intervening, or if it's before the security guard session starts, shift starts, then you escalate to calling 911. That is the escalation procedure for any criminal or any illegal activity or unwanted behavior that's taking place in any of our stores, whatever it may be.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I asked what would you do differently, because those are the things that are currently being done by the other stores. So
well, they're allowing people to consume alcohol on premises. They're not enforcing their own property rights, and they're not calling the MPD.
Can you hear me?
Ms. Jennifer, he's answering your question. So hold on, let him finish, and then you can.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt, Commissioner Jennifer. I did just want to respond to the things that they are doing that we do not do, are allow people to consume their alcohol on premises, which is illegal, to loiter on their private property, which they are in their rights, so they're not enforcing their rights to ask people to vacate the property, putting barring notices on people who refuse, and they're not involving MPD to any. I mean, you probably know better than I to the extent in which they are calling MPD and asking for help. I just going off of what I can see, which is MPD is not stopping people from consuming alcohol in front of those stores or anything else.
Right now, and I was trying to get a point across to ask a question, but I was interrupted. So, can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Okay. So, again, you name the things that you will sell and that you won't allow it, but you're not really saying how you won't allow it, because you're saying you'll call MPD or you'll talk to them. And yes, these are the same tactics that the other stores have used, and they have not been successful with. And that's why I asked, what would you do differently? Because those are the same things that they do. Okay, so now, the broken lock on the bathroom door, how was that broken?
It was never installed correctly, so it actually never functioned properly. We've made this is the second year that we've been trying to get the landlord to replace it.
Okay, so it's not, I guess, really broken. It's just inoperable because it wasn't placed in properly.
That's right.
And this has been since the beginning of the opening of the store?
Yes, that's correct. And we've been able to keep it locked, and therefore no one's been able to get in or out. And there is one that we can control, so we're allowing customers to use the restroom per health code. But people's attempts to use that other door have further broken the inoperable lock, and so now sometimes that door can't be locked. Again, maybe outside the scope, but it's relevant to our safety and the safety of like our customers and community, including if someone's there for an ANC or other community event in that space and they walk into that bathroom. Not only is it can you just walk in and use it, but if you go in there, it will lock you inside.
Right.
All of this has been, yeah, which is almost worse. It's like
It's unsafe,
so now
right,
you people,
for the community, especially if a child gets locked inside of there.
yeah, and you can't hear anyone from in there because it's in that vestibule entrance, and so unless it's a quiet moment or someone is very loud, they're not even able to alert anyone who may be working at the store that is there. I mean, we're checking it and nothing has happened so far, but yeah, it's a less than ideal situation to say the least.
So does the security guard monitor what goes on in that vestibule?
Yes. Yes, in
And
fact, even at the end of the night, the security guard closes the outer door and allows people in one at a time to get a visual. So they're actually standing in the vestibule for the end of the shift.
so is the security guard there the entire time the store is open?
No, the security guard is there from 3 p.m. on.
So then before 3 p.m., from 10 to 3, there's nobody actually securing that vestibule and or that bathroom that's there.
Our staff is doing so.
So your staff is running the store and providing security for the vestibule.
The entrance to the store being part of the store, yes.
Okay. That's all of my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jennifer. Mr. Sample, how long has this business been open?
We opened November 10th, 2021 at this location.
So what's the business model?
Good Food Markets is a nonprofit social enterprise. We are dedicated to improving food access and community health in what are called food deserts, areas that don't have access to a full-service supermarket.
So what is it that you provide in your store?
We focus primarily on fresh produce, healthy prepared foods, basic grocery items, both refrigerated, frozen, and shelf-stable. In this location, we're also hosting another Ward 8 business called Kitchen Savages. I think the name may have been mistaken earlier. It's Kitchen Savages. Those are our main categories. As submitted as part of this application, including floor plans and extensive details on what part of the stores are dedicated to the 7 food categories.
Mr. Sample, I don't have that information. So this is a protest here in the sense that you're asking us to give you a liquor license. So I'm asking some basic questions, sir. I don't know what's on your application. Maybe I'd seen your application months ago, but I'm asking you now, sir, to tell us for this record to complement this record by telling me what is it you're offering?
Absolutely, yeah. So we are there for fresh food access. So we're focused on fresh produce, basic groceries, as I said, healthy prepared foods. We have dry goods, small home goods sections, personal care products. Essentially, the model is trying to bring all of the categories you would find at a full service supermarket into a smaller space that can hopefully be sustainable in communities that can't support average 45,000 square foot supermarket.
So you're saying you have another location in the city. Where is this location, sir?
There are 2 other locations, one in Ward 5 in DC on Rhode Island Avenue Northeast at 20th Street. The other is in Prince George's County in the Seat Pleasant neighborhood.
And so how long has this other facility in Ward 5 been in operation?
Ward 5 store opened in January of 2015.
And why do you need to have your grocery store? Why do you need to have an alcohol license?
Yeah, you know, the majority of our customers view beer and wine as a part of their normal grocery shop. So for us being a full service supermarket in a fraction of the space, that is a category that people purchase when they go to other further supermarkets in DC and in Maryland, and represents, you know, a part of the normal shop for most people. For many people, I'll say a beer, a glass of wine is a normal part of the meal. So when our customer is coming in, whether it be, you know, during the week to buy things for dinner, weekend for, you know, cookout items, whatever it might be, those beer and wine items are, you know, part of that shopping list. So for us, in our experience in the Ward 5 store and what we've heard in our about 6 months of operating in Ward 8, is, you know, it'd be great to not have to make another stop after I come here in order to get everything that's on my list. You know, I pick up that, you know, beer or wine if it was available here. It's also, from a business standpoint, a very low waste category because it's non-perishable functionally, very long shelf life. You can almost always get your money back by discounts and other incentives. So, you know, very low waste, very low loss, and, you know, doesn't require refrigeration, freezing, handling, processing, anything like that, like it would for meat, fish, fresh produce, things like that, that have much higher labor value associated with them in terms of the cost, and are priced accordingly. So you got kind of an essential part of the grocery shop that is a very cost-effective department for the grocery store. And, you know, really just help support what we're really out there to do, which is to make fresh food more accessible.
How do you plan to, if the ABC board was to grant the license, how do you plan to monitor? Where in the store will the alcohol be stored? Is it in a separate aisle, or tell me?
Yes, it will be stored in one aisle that is front and center, visible from all points, from the point of sale to the entrance, the cafe area. So wherever our staff is in the store, more or less, they're able to see that spot. It is also very well covered by cameras, and we'll have signage indicating that it is being recorded by the security cameras. And as I mentioned before, these are dry shelves, non-refrigerated items. So they're right at the end of the aisle in the middle of the store, in the most visible place, so that we can make sure that people are not, you know, doing anything that they shouldn't, whether that's theft, consuming in the store, anything like that. And, you know, these things are kind of regular features of doing business. We are dealing with theft and people consuming things on site right now, and there's obviously no alcoholic beverages being served currently or sold currently. And we still have all of these issues on a daily basis. So, you know, these are regular functions of the retail industry, not unique to alcohol beverage sales, and not unique to the store.
Any other questions by any of the board members?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, I want to thank you for attending this hearing today as you had to do, but I want to thank you for your, I believe, very good presentation and being able to articulate your vision and what you've done for that corner. So I want to thank you for that. I'm gonna ask you to repeat something. What was the opening date of your establishment?
November 10th, 2021 is our first day of business.
How many months ago was that?
Almost 6, I believe.
And you opened during the pandemic?
Yeah, maybe looking back on it, it'll feel like the tail end of the pandemic. But yes, our construction there started March of 2020.
Well, I mean, as you know, we are the ABC board, so we deal with all licensees throughout the city. And we have been holding our breath that we didn't lose licensees in neighborhoods that neighborhoods relied upon. You know, they go across the spectrum. Some rely on others more than others, but it's been a gruesome time for small business. And I just think it's admirable that, when did you sign the lease?
The lease actually goes all the way back to 2018.
Okay. Was the property vacant at that time?
So as mentioned earlier, the property was redeveloped. There was a center that did not include residential and had a Murray's Meats grocery store. Commissioner, I think that's
okay. So I didn't follow that well because I've read the investigator's report and the other documents. So you're saying the building you're in is actually a new building?
That's right. 190 units of affordable and supportive housing, the ANC offices, community space, and grocery store.
And when you opened, did you see a good number of the local residents coming in to utilize your store?
Absolutely. About 80% of all of our customers are coming from within a half mile of the store, as far as we can tell.
And just a general observation, would you say today, what percentages would you say is repeat customers? Just a guesstimate. I mean, you recognize faces and things like that.
Yeah, sure. Just off the top of my head, I would say probably in any given week, 60 to 75% of all of our customers are returning customers.
Okay. And I heard you to say that you have another location.
That's correct.
And what is that license?
That is a Class B also that has recently been given the supermarket status.
Okay. And how many square footages of public use space is that building? The one you're in, the prior one?
The store on Rhode Island Avenue, the original store that opened in 2015, that has just over 1,000 feet of public space.
And you said it's a B license?
That's correct. That
So
has the
therefore,
supermarket exemption.
therefore you stock it with beer and wine, if I would understand the B
Yes.
license. What of that 1,000 feet, what percentage is non-grocery items?
Meaning like non-food items and beer and
Meaning
wine?
like not the alcohol.
Oh, so let's see. So the beer and wine area takes up 48 square feet of that store.
And what percent would that be of that space? Just roughly.
About 5%.
About 5%.
That's right.
Did I hear you say 5%?
That's correct.
Okay. Are
Maybe,
you
maybe
aware?
a little bit larger. I'm just doing some
Are you
back of the
aware
envelope mathing.
of the restriction under a B license on what percentage can be non-grocery or what percentage can be alcohol, basically beer and wine?
I believe that. Are you referencing the sales threshold?
Yes.
That there's a restriction that no more than 20% of your sales can be from beer and wine.
And would you say that your current location that you fall under 20%?
Yes, we've always fallen under the 20%. And I'll note that we recently received the supermarket designation there, removing that limit, but we've never
Yes.
gone above that previously.
But you're not going to have a supermarket designation at this location, are you?
My understanding is that all sites that we had to put forward an application for supermarket license across all of the sites because we are multi-site.
Meaning
So
with
it's a
DCRA, meaning
Correct.
with basic business. Okay, so at this location, Are you planning on bringing the business model that you have at your current location into this location? In other words, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I heard you say that something like 5% of the public space in your current space is dedicated to non-grocery or beer. It's beer and wine.
That's right.
I'm not wanting to. I'm not wanting to do your
Let's
business
say
model for you.
less than 10%, but yes, absolutely.
I don't put words
plan
in your
is
mouth, but in this new location, are you going to have a different business model when it comes to beer and wine?
No.
Because
It will be the
I would
same.
imagine if it's been successful, that's what entrepreneurs do. You come to another residential area and put the similar model in. So these residents, do you think they are aware that less than 20% of your sales and probably no more than 10% of the public area for purchasing? Do you think that kind of conversation has occurred between you and the residents?
I believe that has been made clear, but I don't want to speak for anyone. They can clarify.
But you can put on record today.
Understanding. But that is
put on record today
absolutely
what you. So say it again.
regular
What you
practice.
plan to do? Please.
Yeah, so our regular practice, which we plan to continue here if awarded a license, would be the same. We would have, roughly 10%, probably less, of the total sellable square feet being dedicated to beer and wine. That would be in the grocery section, dry shelves,
Okay.
non-refrigerated, and represent.
Mr. Granis, I didn't realize I was on mute. I just want to remind both parties, we have a court reporter. Only one person can speak each time, so I can't have both of you speaking over each other.
Thank you.
Okay.
I apologize. I was trying to move along, but you're right. I apologize. Okay, I'm going to wrap up with this. What types of wines do you carry currently? I mean, are they like Boone's Farm? Are they cheap things that teenagers would be drinking in high school and things like that? I'm being serious. What type of product, since it's so limited, what are you promoting?
Mm-hmm. We sell on the wine side. We sell a variety of different wines from the U.S. And from Europe, South America, ranging in price from $6 to $60. They are not flavored wines. They're not fortified wines. We don't sell. We sell some like wine coolers and these kind of like sweeter beverages that may appeal to kids. But again, have 100% ID check policy for all alcohol sales enforced by the point of sale system, which requires you to enter an eligible birthday in order to complete that transaction. And on the beer side, we sell predominantly 6 and 12 packs. We do have some single beers. They tend to be the larger format beers that aren't available in other package sizes. And it's a mix of, kind of familiar national affordable brands, your Heineken, your Budweiser, your Miller Lite, that kind of stuff, all the way to craft beers and local products.
So you're familiar with individuals sometimes wanting just to buy a single beer and then ask for a Go Cup type of thing?
Yeah.
Because you're in the business, right? So how do you avoid that?
We do not provide cups for beverages. We do sell cups of coffee and tea. So what we're looking out for is that people are taking those cups and not purchasing those beverages. But we don't sell cups of ice on a regular basis, so that's not really available to our customers.
Well, is there a way that you think that you could have the public understand that these coffee and tea cups, because I'm familiar with small groceries and small walk-in markets have this, that they won't allow, from what my experience has been, they won't allow me to say, can I have an empty cup? they have to go and put coffee in it or a hot tea before they walk out with it. Do you have a policy that avoids people from taking an empty cup?
We currently are self-service, although it would be possible to implement something like you described.
Well, maybe initially just to give comfort if the board decides to move forward, because it sounds like to me there may be a lot of information at your current location that the residents don't really understand about this location. That's just my perception. So I want to thank you, and it's very interesting to hear about your business model. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other questions by any of the board members? Ms. Jennifer, any questions of Mr. Sambo based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, so as far as the storage in the of the alcohol in your store, we looked at exhibits 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 that shows the shelving there. Can you tell me which, can you show us by the exhibits where the alcohol will be stored?
Sure. Give me just a moment to pull those up.
I'm sorry, Miss Jennifer, what exhibit do you want him to show you? Because he didn't disclose in the document. So what exhibit are you talking about for him to show you?
Well, if we can look at exhibits 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, they all show the shelving.
Ma'am, I'm just saying, hold on.
So I just want him to tell me, show me where he's going to store the alcohol.
Ms. Jennifer, this is just a procedural matter.
Okay.
He did not disclose any documents. So he doesn't have any documents to show us. So that's what I'm trying to say to you. And I don't have the document. The only document, did you disclose, did you take pictures of his establishment?
No, but they were just shown when the.
All right, so, okay, those were the board's documents and those were Ms. Dantzler's documents. Now, I don't have Ms. Dantzler is not here. I don't have those documents in front of me to show them. So the board, and I don't have the ability to show those documents.
I understand what you're saying. I didn't know that because
Right. So I don't have the ability to show.
Right, I know it was submitted as an exhibit, so I thought that the exhibit could be used throughout the hearing, but I understand what you're saying now.
Only when I'm sorry, only when the witness is here. I understand
that now.
Right.
So
okay.
My question will be exactly where will you store that alcohol?
Certainly. So the alcohol will be stored at the end of the grocery aisle closest to the windows in the center. So if I can reference those exhibits, it would be at the end of the aisles pictured in Exhibit 8 and Exhibit 9 of the protest report. And I'm happy to share my screen if you want to see those.
So are you saying, Mr. Sam, so you have those documents, sir?
I do. I'm looking at them now.
All right.
It's just the protest report, right?
All right. All right. Ms. Foshman, can you please give Mr. Sambo the ability to share his screen, please?
This has been accomplished. Thank you.
Go ahead, so you can share your screen.
Okay, just there you go. Okay. Are you all able to see the report here?
Yes, sir. I can now see the report.
So this is the protest report I was presented earlier, and I'm just going to scroll through to the pictures that Commissioner Jennifer was referencing, which are these. I'll make it a little smaller. So at the end of this aisle here, Commissioner, in Exhibit 8, and
are you able
9,
to flip? Are you able to flip are you able to flip the page, sir?
I think so. Hold on. Oops. Okay, here we go. So at the end of this aisle here, so this is closest to the front window, this is closest to the front window, closest to the point of sale, where we have the greatest amount of visibility. And then the next exhibit is just the opposite side of this same aisle. So it would be here. It's not clear from the pictures, but there are security cameras that run right down the middle of this aisle and also at the end of this aisle facing down through this whole area. And so that's where we would, if licensed, merchandise the beard wine.
Okay, and so if it's just on the open shelf like that, how would you, when your security guard is not there, how would you stop someone from shoplifting?
Same way we do, with any other product. Be observant, be present in the space. If there is a manager on duty in the office, they have full visibility of all the cameras.
Right, but it's close to the door also. So that would mean that I could just really pick it up and run out. So what I'm asking is, how would that be stopped when security guard is not available? I mean, we've seen on TV plenty of times these, what do they call it, flash sales or whatever, when the kids come in and just, just raid the store basically. So how would something like that be deterred?
Well, through the measures that I just described, I mean, even a security guard is not going to stop someone who runs away with a bottle of wine. They can't do anything until they cross that threshold, and then once they do, they're not allowed to give chase. So it would be a police report. If we know the person, it would be a barring notice that can be enforced anytime they come into the store. Repeated problems would have to be dealt with differently.
Okay, and how are barring notices handled?
Barring notice can be completed by any person who is employed at the store. If in a situation where we were doing it for shoplifting, it would typically be a manager or myself who signs that barring notice. Again, if we know who the person is, we will notify them. If not, there goes like a Jane Doe or a John Doe. If we have photos from security footage, we attach those and that's filed with MPD. So once that's filed, if that person returns to the location, MPD can be called for a violation of the barring notice and they will, respond, I guess, if they're able.
Right, so then that would solely depend upon the time in which MPD could actually arrive at that location.
Absolutely.
Okay, so then you're saying the cups of that you all are providing cups of coffee and tea that you are selling. So if I come in and I buy some tea, what will stop me from emptying that cup to use it for alcohol?
There really isn't anything we can do about that if it happens outside of the store. If it happens within the store or on our property, then that would be a violation of DC law and of our liquor license, and we could respond appropriately.
Okay, so what will you do to keep it from happening? Because here again, you have that vestibule and then you have a bathroom. So what will you do to keep that from happening in those areas?
Yeah, well, putting aside the current bathroom, vestibule bathroom issues, the way it is set up is so that Good Food Markets or in an alternate scenario, the ANC, if you're hosting an event there, would be able to control who's going in and out of those bathrooms. And so, we have then visibility into what's going into the bathroom and what's coming out. And we're also able to make management decisions about who isn't and isn't allowed to use the restroom. By health code, we have to provide a space for customers to use the restroom and to wash their hands. Again, though, if someone goes in there and takes their hot tea and their bottle of wine that they purchased and pours one into the other, at that point, that is a violation of our liquor license and DC law. We can take further action, but those responses would be after the fact. We could ask them to set their stuff down while they're going into the bathroom, but we can't really make them do that. If they then do something illegal and that violates our liquor license, we can take those products back. We can ask them to leave. We can call MPD.
Okay, and just one more question quickly. How many employees will you have employed on staff prior to 3 o'clock?
Depending on the day, there's between 2 and 6 people in that building before 3 p.m.
Okay. 3 to 6. So you'll have 3 to 6. Okay.
Is that, ma'am? Is that it, ma'am?
That's it.
Mr. Sambo, do you need to, prior to closing your case, is there any clarification you need to provide based on the questions that were asked by the board and also by Ms. Jennifer?
No, thank you very much.
Do you rest, sir? Meaning that you're done presenting your case?
Yes, I rest.
All right. Okay, we're gonna take, it's gonna be now for the time for the protestants to present its case, but we're gonna take a 10-minute break, meaning that do not log off, turn your camera off, put your phone on mute your phone, and we're off the record for 10 minutes. So it's 3:35. We'll be back on the record at 3:45. We're back on the record. Are you back, Mr. Grandis? All right, Miss Jennifer, do you have a witness you wish to call, ma'am?
Yes, I do have a witness, but can I make a statement before I call my
What do you
witness?
mean statement, ma'am? This is a time for you to present your case. What do you mean statement?
Well, if I'm presenting my case, I'd like to make a statement for the introduction of the witnesses. I can't do that?
Well, go ahead, ma'am. I'm not quite sure. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, but okay, so okay, I'm sorry. So with the Good Foods Market selling the alcohol, what we're here to basically show is that it will disrupt the peace, the order, the quiet, the littering, and
Hold on, Miss Jennifer.
Mm-hmm.
Two things.
Mhm.
Your opening statement was where you can provide a statement, and your closing statement when you can provide a statement.
Okay, so I'll wait till my closing statement because I wasn't given that information. So I didn't know that. Okay.
Well, I apologize, ma'am. I thought when I told folks your opening is when you give us a roadmap who the witnesses are. So now you're going to call witnesses. You're going to ask them questions, and Mr. Sambol is going to have an opportunity. The same procedure we went through before. When he presented his case, you're going to have the same procedure. And at the end of the case, you will have an opportunity to close and make whatever statements you want to close the case, to wrap the case up, okay? But I thought I'd explain the process to everyone. I thought that everybody at least watched TV. We're on TV when you see a court case. I apologize, ma'am. So, all right. So who's the first witness?
I do watch TV, but I don't watch that on TV. So no, I didn't know. And I always look for people to explain to me because each thing is different wherever you go. So I have to follow your instructions, and that's what I intend to do.
I apologize, ma'am, but I thought I'd asked, but I apologize. But if you have any questions moving forward, let me know. We can stop. I can answer your questions. But what goes on now is that how many witnesses do you have, ma'am?
I have 3.
You have 3 witnesses. Are all 3 witnesses online?
Yes.
All right. So then you can call the witnesses. I'll swear them in, and then you'll ask them questions. Once you ask them questions, then Mr. Sample will have an opportunity to ask questions of them. Then the board will ask questions of them, and then Mr. Sample and yourself will have questions to redirect. Okay, so that's the process.
Okay.
All right. So who's your first witness, ma'am?
My first witness will be Dion Brown.
Ms. Brown, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, ma'am. You can start asking her questions now, Miss Jennifer.
Oh, I don't present my testimony?
You have to, all right. She has to ask, she's your lawyer. She knows what it is that you're gonna say. So I need her to ask you, I don't want you to read a statement. I need her to kind of ask you a question, and then you can respond based on the question that she asks you. Okay?
Got it.
Okay, so basically we're going to be asking questions. I will allow you to elaborate much, but I want her to kind of ask you a question, and then you kind of answer the question. And I think you have a statement you want to read, but I just don't
I was
read
told to prepare a testimony, so we can proceed. We can proceed.
But ma'am, that's testimony. That's testimony. She's your lawyer. She's gonna ask you she knows what it is that I'm hoping she knows what you're gonna say. So I just want her to kind of ask you some questions so all of that will come out.
Fair. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Brown, did you submit a declaration under penalty of perjury against alcoholic beverage license for Good Food Market?
Yes, I did.
Was that included in the exhibit forms?
To my knowledge, it was. We submitted it a week in advance in time for it to be included.
Okay, so it has been included. How do we show it? Because I don't know how this works.
Do you have all right. Do you, Miss Brown, do you have it? Do you have the statement in front of you? Do you know how to share your screen if I give you permission?
I can, yes.
All right. So, Ms. Foshbaum, can you please give Ms. Brown the ability to share her screen? And
This has been accomplished.
Thank you. So you're able now to share your screen, ma'am, to show us the statement that you have.
Okay, I'm working through the technology right now.
And be careful, you're only showing us the stuff that you're supposed to show us.
Yes, but Cisco is grayed out, so I'm not able to share my screen with you. I know how to do it, but the system is not enabling me to share my screen.
And I don't know how to.
Okay, I signed out of Zoom, maybe because Zoom may have had it tied up. I was signed into Zoom. So let's try that again. It's still grayed out. It's not enabled. So no, I'm not able to share my screen with you.
All right, let me see. Miss
Commissioner Jennifer has, I think if I can email her a copy, can we see if she can share her screen?
I was about to ask her
I do have it. I have it in front of me, but I don't know how to share.
All right, Miss Foshbaum, can you give Miss Jennifer the ability to share her screen?
I don't know how to do it. I don't know.
Okay, all right, okay, all right. All right, but let me ask you a question.
Somebody in Abra?
There's no one else here participating, so there's no one here. But let me ask you a question. Okay, Ms. Jennifer has a statement in front of her. You have the statement in front of you. Why is it that we need to share the screen? Tell me. I'm just.
I think I can capture the essence of it, but there may be some details in it that are germane to this hearing and your ability to make a decision that are in this declaration.
I will be able to look at it after the hearing, and I can also look at it now. But what I'm trying to say, the board has access to all those documents. So yes.
Okay, that's
I have
fine.
it.
So let's just discuss it and.
Right. So go ahead. I will look.
Right,
while you-
and that's fine, but you said you didn't have it, so I'm thinking that you don't have it at all, but you're saying
No. All right. Hold on.
you don't have it in front of you. I got it.
Hold on, man. I don't have the ability to share this. I can't share the documents. All board members have a copy of the case report, and we also have the exhibits. However, in order to testify on a document, if you want to do it, you have to share your screen. None of the board members are able to share their screen for you to look at a document. But while the testimony is going on, if you reference a document, the board has access to the document to look at. And at the end of the hearing, when we make a decision, we will also have those documents to rely on. So,
Okay, so I can just ask you a question. Okay, Ms. Brown, can you give us a synopsis of what's in that declaration, please?
In the declaration, I attest to the fact that, one, I have lived in the unit block of Brandywine Street Southwest, a block over from the site in question, for the past 20 years. And I have also served as the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for Single Member District 8D07, which you currently represent, Commissioner, and where Good Food Market is located. I was the commissioner during the planning phases of the development that now occupies 4001 South Capitol Street Southwest. During the conversations and negotiations, City Interest, the developer of record, agreed that no retail alcohol sales would take place within the mixed-use development being built at that site, because the retail development that they demolished to make way for that site, for that mixed-use development, had a liquor store, Al's Liquor Store. A half a block away, just across Atlantic Street, maybe 150 feet away, there's another liquor store. And directly across the street, across South Capitol Street from that liquor store, is yet another. So there were 3 liquor stores within a 1-block radius of that location. And part of establishing goodwill with the community was saying, hey, we understand the challenges that you face in your community. We understand the health status of your community, and we're going to help you ameliorate the saturation of alcohol presence in your community. There was no dispute. We agreed with them. We sold the community on that. There was no opposition to the development. And, I'm sorry, my dog. And so that's pretty much what's contained in the declaration, the background and my sworn statement that those things took place, how I met with City Interest individually as the single member district representative. And at the time, I was also the chair of the commission's ANC 8D's Economic Development Committee. So I went down to their office space at 2900 K Street, sat down with the principals of the firm on 2 separate occasions, and conferred with them on the phone multiple times. They came to our ANC meetings and presented to the ANC, constantly making this promise that there would be no alcohol sales in the replacement mixed-use development that in the 4000 block of South Capitol Street.
So, and with this, did that lead you as ANC to provide a letter of support?
Oh, absolutely. I was fully on board with what they were trying to do. I provided a letter of support, not just about the alcohol sales, but about the direction we were trying to move the community in. The community was very blighted. There was a retail strip with a lot of businesses, but none of them were really of the caliber that the neighborhood really desired. And so this was supposed to be some come up for us. This was supposed to be an improvement when they promised us when we rebuild, we're going to bring you quality retail. Again, we're going to reduce the saturation of alcohol retailers in that corridor. And but when it was built, we and through no fault of Good Foods, they only built out a small corner of the ground floor of South Capitol Street, that South Capitol Street building, for a retail operation. They promised us the whole ground floor, the length of that building, would be retail to replace the retail that was demolished.
Okay, and with your letter of approval, did that assist the developers in receiving funds from the city?
I can't say what they finally received, but they did apply for tax increment financing, the TIF. And the basis of that was to say, hey, we're going to have a retail mix to bring in rent, that we're going to be able to pay back the mortgage on this money we're borrowing. We're building apartments, almost 200 units of housing that we're going to fill and be able to pay back this loan. So there had to be a business case made. So my letter wasn't just about that one retail space, but about the whole development. So yes, I did provide multiple letters of support for them to get financing.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any other questions? I'm sorry, did I? Yeah, I did. I did swear you in, right, Ms. Brown?
I'm sorry?
Did I swear you in?
Did you throw me in?
Did I swear you in?
You swore me in. Yes, you did swear me in.
Okay, I apologize. Yeah, I just want to make sure. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sworn, duly sworn in and on record. Yes.
Any other questions, Ms. Jennifer?
No.
Mr. Samble, do you have any questions you want to ask of Ms. Brown based on the statement she just made or the statement that's in the record?
I just want to clarify, Ms. Brown, that Good Food Markets was not involved in any of those conversations.
Are you asking her a question or are you making it? You need to ask her a question, sir.
Sorry, was Good Food Markets involved in any of those conversations?
Good Foods Market didn't even exist in this community at that time, but the conversations were held with the developer of record, who has since sold the building. So there is a new owner of the building, but our position is that that promise conveys with the transfer of property.
Was there any, is there anything on the developer that would have made them convey that either in the form of our lease or in some type of document, because that was not part, yeah, let me ask the question, I'll stop.
I know nothing about your leasing situation or your legal relationship with the owner of the building. I just know what was told to our advisory neighborhood commissioner and what I sold the community on to give them my endorsement and support for them to get the means for attaining the funding to finance that building.
Right. Yeah. And none of that was conveyed at any point to Good Food Markets, either when City Interest was the developer owner or after they sold the property to the Michaels organization.
Is that a question?
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Brown, who currently owns the property?
Oh goodness, I don't know. All I know, because I tried to reach out to City Interest when I learned of this alcohol license. And I happen to be walking my dog. I live 1 block over, so I walk past that site quite frequently and compliments. It's a very well-appointed site. And I
sorry, hold on. Okay, I'm sorry.
So I saw the sign in the window. That's how I became aware of it. And so I reached out to, members of the community, my commissioner, and I also tried to reach out to City Interest. And that's when I learned City Interest no longer owned the property. They sold their interest in the property.
Do you know when this was done?
Well, again, I saw the sign in the window. I want to say that was early December. And at that point, I was informed that they no longer owned the property. I can't say when the date of the sale was.
Do you know whether or not Good Food Store was aware of the community's discussion with the developer regarding alcohol sales? That no alcohol sales would be in this development?
I have never had a conversation with the owners or principals of Good Food Market. I can't say what their interaction was with the commissioners or the ANC or any of the other community stakeholders. I can just speak for myself. And again, I have not had one-on-one conversations with them at all.
Any other questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Again, good afternoon, Ms. Brown. Is it Ms. Brown?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Brown?
I'm not a commissioner.
Well, former commissioner.
Yes.
I heard your testimony. I'll just say, as a person who has lived all over Washington, D.C., and a lot of people don't like me to say it, but I'm very proud that I've been in Washington, D.C. for 75 years. And I once lived in your community. I lived at 800 Southern Avenue back in 1966 with a brand new building. So I know a lot about that neighborhood. Also, I was the 3rd Battalion Fire Chief for many years. And I ran those fire stations over there in the community. And thank you for coming and testifying today. I do give great weight to the ANC commissioners. And I was very proud when the city did that and made that law some time back. Because I remember there was a time we couldn't even vote in Washington, D.C. I was so glad to be able to vote for the first presidential election. But at any rate, I'm just saying all that for the record and for everybody to know that my questions are based on peace, order, and quiet. And as a former city official with the fire service and being a former resident,
Can I hear?
and just say,
Mr. Short.
I'm here, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I know that every time I start speaking, it's going to be interruptions. So bear with me, please. I understand that. I understand what's going on.
I don't know what's going on. I'm just letting you know that we can't hear you. Okay.
Okay, well, I was trying to say to you also, Mr. Chair, every time I go to speak, I do get these interruptions. And it's happening to other board members also. But at any rate, here we go again. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, I can just see on my screen that everybody's pictures went out. But at any rate, the question I wanted to ask of Ms. Brown is, Ms. Brown, is there any way possible that you have proof, you testify that the persons who built that building at 4001 South Capitol Street had said to the community there would be no alcohol on that corner?
My
Do you have any proof at all?
My sworn declaration and my testimony under oath are my proof that I'm presenting to you today. My correspondence while a commissioner is on the DC government server. So I don't have access to my email account from when I was in office or any of the, my directory, my file directory. So, and I never imagined this moment would come up, but so the testimony that I have given you and the sworn side declaration are my evidence that these things happen.
Well, if the board can be provided with that, it would be very helpful to me as a board member. But
the board does have it.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you very much for the information you provided regarding.
I would like to address something. Oh, go ahead. You made a point in your opening statement saying that you lived in my community at one point, and I live in the unit block of Brandywine Street Southwest, and that's a different community from the 800 block of Southern Avenue.
I do know that when I was fire chief of 3rd Battalion Fire Chief, that wasn't that long ago.
Okay, and I just wanted that on the record that And I want to point out the distinctiveness of the Bellevue community. Bellevue is a pocket of affluence here in Ward 8. People always think of Ward 8 as ghetto, as poor, as crime-ridden and all that. If you go into the block, I'm going there. I'm going there because it's important to this case. The houses surrounding the development at 4001 are mostly single detached single family homes, relatively higher income, higher educational levels. And so people tend to devise solutions for our community with the generalizations of Ward 8 that don't necessarily apply. We live in a car dependent community. Most of the people up here have cars, have access to, you know, the means of their daily living and everything. And again, the generalizations of the broader Ward 8 don't always apply. So this has implications for us, and I'm going to stop right there.
Do you have any other questions? Okay, any other questions by any other board members? I just one final question I want to ask you, Ms. Brown. I've read your testimony where you're testifying. What is the closest food market in the District of Columbia that outside of Good Hope, this food market?
When you say food market, you mean any store that sells food?
What's the closest grocery or supermarket within the District of Columbia to your location?
Tell me about that.
Well, Mr. Sambo defined his location as a market or full service grocery store. There's another market in the next block up, 3900 South Capitol Street, that pretty much sells similar array of food that he sells. There's another one 4 blocks down at Elmira Market on the corner of Elmira and South Capitol Street, and just over the DC line within walking distance of Good Food Market. I said the district. And our neighbors shop there, and I shop there. I walk down the street and go to Giant.
Ma'am, remember I asked you within the District of Columbia. I'm not asking you what is. I'm not asking you what's across the street. I'm asking you which is in a different jurisdiction. I'm asking you within the District of Columbia. That's all I was asking you, ma'am.
Okay, have I answered your question sufficiently?
Yeah. So what's the difference between this establishment and you mentioned Elmira Market? What's the difference, if any?
Materially, I don't see any difference. Again, they sell the same array of food. I don't know the exact square footage of Good Food Market, but they're basically corner stores. And Elmira Market actually has a liquor license right now. Good Food Market does not. I think that's the major distinction. And of course, Good Food Market is newer. It's in a new building, a newly constructed building. But they both occupy, you know, similar space.
Thank you.
Are we ready?
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
I'm sorry. This is Commissioner Jan.
All right. Mr. Sambo, do you have any redirect of Ms. Brown based on, I'm sorry, do you have any questions of Ms. Brown based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, thank you.
Ms. Jennifer, do you have any questions, any redirect of Ms. Brown based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No.
All right, thank you. Ms. Sambo, I'm sorry, Ms. Jennifer, do you have, thank you, Ms. Brown, for your testimony. All right, thank you for your testimony, ma'am. Ms. Jennifer, do you have another?
Yes.
Do you have another witness?
Yes, it would be Thomas Ruffin Jr.
Mr. Ruffin Jr., can you raise your right hand, please?
Sir, Mr. Anderson, I don't swear and I don't raise my hand, but I will affirm to tell the truth. For religious reasons, I don't do that.
Mr. Ruffin.
Yes, sir.
I need some statement for you. You either have to swear or affirm. So I believe the political word is affirm. So can you raise your right hand, sir, please?
And I was saying, for religious reasons, I don't raise my hand, but I certainly will affirm to tell the truth. I'll follow the
So
statement.
when you go to court, sir, what do you do, sir?
I tell the judge just what I've said. I've done it before.
And what does the judge say, sir?
The judge allows me to affirm under oath that I will tell the truth without raising my hand. I'm telling the truth. I've been a member of the bar for 39 years, and sometimes I've actually had to testify. I'm just telling the truth.
Sir, I am a member of the bar, you're the member of the bar, and you are aware that there are certain policies and procedures that we have to follow. So you're saying that you're not going to raise your hand, but you're saying that you are affirming that you will tell the truth and nothing but the truth, sir. Is that what you're saying, sir?
Yes, sir. That's true.
And as a member of the bar, you're going to say the truth, sir, because as I've stated, as a member of the bar, I know that there are actions as an attorney I can take for a member of the bar who's not truthful.
Most definitely. And I say that as a member of the Maryland Bar and the District of Columbia Bar. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Ms. Jennifer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ruffin. Can you please tell us what you know about the city interest promise?
Would you repeat that question, please, ma'am?
Can you tell us what you know about the promise made by city interest?
Oh, yes. I formerly worked as a member of the Advisory Neighborhood Commission as well. I wasn't on the commission at the same time that Ms. Brown was on it, but there were always concerns about the huge nuisance created by alcoholics and other addicts, and also by violent criminals in the area where Good Foods Market is presently located. So as this matter was being prepared, I learned about the promise on the part of city interest that was an inducement for the ANC AD to endorse city interest application for tax increment bond financing. And my opinion on that as a lawyer is that once city interest made that promise that the property would not house the sale of any alcoholic beverages, and that was an inducement to get the Advisory Neighborhood Commission to go along with the tax increment bond financing, that promise ran with the land. So it was if not the support on the part of the ANC-AD was obtained to its detriment, because the community and the ANC were totally opposed to any new beer, wine, or liquor licensees operating in the area.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we know that there is not a loitering law. However, there's a law against incommoding. Can you give us some information on the incommoding that occurs in the neighborhood in which is in question where Good Food Market is located?
I'd be happy to. In the immediate area of Good Food Markets, there is, may I put it generally speaking, drug dealing, violent crime, alcohol consumption of alcohol in public intoxication, public urination, violent crime, I said earlier, but including murders, attempted murders, and armed robberies. Widespread littering from Xenia Street down to Chesapeake Street, actually beyond that, but Xenia Street down to Chesapeake Street, and then along Martin Luther King Avenue from Xenia Street to Atlantic Street. And the problem has been persistent, and along the lines of what Ms. Brown talked about, when it developed when there were 3 liquor stores, and it just became worse. And unfortunately, the government and the merchants in the area have done nothing to bring the problem to an end. It frightens the residents. One example of how terrible this commoding, as you called it, happens to be, is that because of the murders that have taken place right there in the vicinity near Spar Liquors and Mead Wine and Liquors, the vagrants, the addicts, the drug dealers, and so forth, they've actually constructed a few memorials for the murder victims. And those memorials, although they're their dolls, their wine bottles, and so on like that. They have been in place as temporary structures for about 4 years. And this goes on and on and on. Ms. Brown alluded to a grocery store, actually a very fine health food store that is a competitor of Good Foods Market. And the merchant at that store, the store is Secrets of Nature. That merchant was actually robbed as he was selling food to patrons who were inside the store. And those people, I've actually been in the store where the loiterers come in the store and beg from the patrons. So this is a very serious problem. And with Good Food Market, I'm actually surprised that Mr. Sambo has not even admitted that one of the windows on that newly constructed store was broken out by the violent nuisance that goes on in that neighborhood. I mean, it was broken out, and it was Mr. Sambo or whoever manages the store put a huge wooden mural in the window. And that wooden mural stayed in the window for months. I guess because they wanted to be sure. I really don't know why they did that, but that's the sort of horror we endure with the commoding, with the alcoholism, with the drug addiction. Also, right across the street from Good Foods Market is a community mental health shelter. It's at 4000 South Capitol Street. I've actually dealt with 2 residents from that facility, 2 men who were mentally ill, elderly men who were mentally ill, who were loitering at Good Food Markets. That, I think, was on Palm Sunday. So Good Foods Market, no matter what Mr. Sambo says is his effort to protect against this problem, it's not immune from the problem that troubles the whole community. So yes, the commoding, it's a very serious nuisance. And it grows out of the fact that you have Spars Liquor at 3916 South Capitol Street. You have Mead Wine and Liquors at 3919 South Capitol Street. Miss Dantzler missed Oceanfront Liquors at 4682 Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, Southwest, and Fort Drum Market. I guess it's a Class B licensees at 4686 Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue. She mentioned Elmira Groceries at 4401 South Capitol Street, and she alluded to South Capitol Liquors at 4654 Livingston Road, Southeast. And that's not even talking about the large number of liquor merchants right across the line in Eastover and across the street from Eastover. So we have in this community where you represent quite courageously a horrible problem with addiction, drug dealing, sometimes prostitution and violent crime. And the liquor stores and the beer and wine merchants do not help. It's just a clean grocery store that's selling the sort of substances that these people will drink is not going to protect against the scourge that we're dealing with. Many of these people will drink Listerine. Many of these people drink, rubbing alcohol. So yeah, they'll drink fine wine and fine exotic beers. They're all intoxicants. And we're dealing with a very serious scourge in the neighborhood that you represent and that I represented in the past and Ms. Brown represented in the past.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can you give us the 3 different alcohol beverage licenses that are particular to our neighborhood?
I think one is called Class A license, and I know that the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration know better than me, but the one for the liquor stores, then there's the one that for, I guess, grocery stores where they sell only beer and wine. I think that's called Class B. And then there are, not right in our immediate neighborhood, but near Martin Luther King and Malcolm X Avenue, there's Players Lounge, for example. There are bars where you have Brown mentioned are structurally just as good as any in the city.
Yeah.
However, our values are far, far lower.
Yes.
So to the degree that people might not recognize this, I think Ms. Dantzler is doing the the administration a terrible injustice in that she didn't give an analysis of the impact that Good Foods Market presently has on property values and would have on the property values if it's allowed to sell alcoholic beverages. That's actually called for in the statute, but she admits in her report that she couldn't make that assessment. And if she doesn't provide a fact-based analysis under oath, I don't know where that testimony is going to come from for the board to comply with the statute so as to show that there's no harmful impact upon property values. But our property values are depressed insofar as we have the scourge of addiction, the scourge of violent crime that grows out of the addiction and the sale of legal and illegal substances that are used as intoxicants. And then we also have, as concomitant problems, a high dropout rate, a lower life expectancy in our part of the city than in other parts of the city. And these problems can't be ignored. And I think to the degree that the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration allows merchants to just sell liquor, beer, and wine without measuring the impact that these merchants and their sales have upon our community, I think it's an injustice to our communities, and I think it also discredits the administration. But on the actual subject of property values, I can say about my 4-unit apartment building, as I would think you would say about your home, and as Ms. Brown would say about her home. And I think as the storekeepers in the neighborhood would say, our properties are not of the value that they should and would be. Our rents are not at the rates that they would be. And that's because of the nuisance that's created and that gives rise to the violent crime, the backwardness, the high dropout rate, and the ill health in our community. And this beer and wine license, if I think that's right, although the sign said spirits, this beer, wine license or spirits license is not going to help our community. There's no example for addicts about how better to be an addict. And there's no correction for your property value or my property value when people are being gunned down, when stores and individuals are being robbed, and when addiction is so rampant and troubling that the addicts live and carry their addiction on the streets, in front of Good Foods Market, whether Mr. Sambo wants to recognize it or not, and in and around your home and in and around my office and my home, which is directly across the street from Bridgepoint Hospital. The addiction is so troubling, it festers in the area of Bridgepoint Hospital, up the hill from all of this.
Okay, thank you. Can you briefly explain how the alcohol license could affect the parking in that immediate area of Good Food Market?
Yes, I'll try my best, Miss Jennifer. First of all, Ms. Dantzler says in her report that there's very, very limited parking, and she alluded to the point I'm about to make, and she did this in her testimony. Good Foods Market provides no parking. One thing I can say about Spar's Liquor and Mead Wine and Liquor, as much as they create a horrible and indeed a criminal nuisance in our community with all of the addiction and the purveying of just sickening hard liquors in a community to people who are sickened by this hard liquor, they have parking lots. Good Foods Market doesn't have that. And at present, there has been double parking along the lines of Good Food Markets. So when there is, say, on football Sunday, the need, as some people would think, to go get beer or wine and cigarettes, or actually, or whatever, from Good Foods Market, and there's the congregation of patrons driving to the shop just to get alcoholic beverages, they'll double park and create a traffic jam. That's on a Sunday. And then on weekdays, we have 2 multi-unit apartment buildings, one directly over Good Foods Market and another directly across the street at Trinity Plaza. Then, of course, we have a number of single-family homes, as Ms. Brown talked about, and we have a number of apartment buildings. All of this is not properly accommodated now with the construction. Let me just get this phone to stop ringing. Please, Ms. Jones, just a second. I apologize, members of the Alcohol Beverage Regulation Administration. Ms. Jennifer, I apologize. This is not accommodated at present. And I remember when I was on the Advisory Neighborhood Commission and city interest came to us, I personally raised the question about the lack of parking because there would be just a large number of people traveling to and from the facility, either to purchase goods or services, if what they promised was put into place, and then also from residents and visitors. They haven't accommodated that. Now what we have is the prospect of Good Foods Market violating the promise that was made by city interests that should run with the land. And they're going to sell beer and wine, and they have no parking, whatever. There's a bus stop right next to Good Foods Market. And then there's no parking allowed in front of the store on South Capitol Street. And there's only two parking spaces to the side on Atlantic Street. But yet they're going to sell beer and wine or whatever, maybe spirits. So the parking problem is severe. There's no parking at all. And also keep in mind, there's the library and there's a health clinic nearby.
Right
The
next
health
door.
clinic doesn't have parking.
Yes, they do.
I've just heard someone say, yes, they do. Please, I don't need anyone. Only two people should be speaking. It should be Ms. Jennifer asking questions and Mr. Ruffin answering. Everyone else is their lines need to be unmuted, please. Mr. Jordan, can you please, Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan, can you please mute your line, please, sir?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Jennifer, do you have any other questions for?
Yeah, just one more. Would you like to add anything in summation?
Yes, I think I would. This question that we have about the impact, good or bad, that Good Food Market will bring to the community if allowed to sell alcoholic beverages in our neighborhood. And I respect Mr. Sambo's effort as a businessman to promote his entrepreneurship. I respect that. I'm a businessman as a lawyer. I respect that. Also, I heard Mr. Grandis congratulate Mr. Sambo. And I'm trying to appreciate all of that. However, what I'm troubled by is how can Mr. Sambo and Mr. Grandis understand the impact of liquor, beer, and wine licenses on our community if they don't live here? If they really think that the nuisance, the violent nuisance, the commoding, as you called it, can be handled with Good Food Markets, I dare them to take these troubled individuals, hundreds of them, to their neighborhood, park them in front of their homes, and set up Good Foods Market there and let Good Foods Market clean up their neighborhood with the problems that I described and that Ms. Brown described and that you described, Ms. Jennifer. One thing I can say definitely is our neighborhood suffers because agencies such as the Alcohol Beverage Regulation Administration ignore our complaints about the problems created by government and businesses regulated by government. And our community suffers greatly when we actually propose workable answers that are ignored by the government and the businesses. I see in Mr. Sambo, like I say, an entrepreneur I respect, but he's making a serious mistake in ignoring the pleas of our community, which have been persistent, that the liquor merchants, the beer and wine merchants, and the others have to go because the intoxicants are killing the residents in our community. And it's as though merchants like Mr. Sambo know this, so they want to set up an operation where they can sell alcoholic beverages in our community because there's a market, a sick market, but a market for these substances. That doesn't help us. That doesn't save us.
And that doesn't give credit to the work that Mr. Grandis and the administration is trying to do. So I want to say that, quite frankly, the board needs to look very closely with a tough scrutinizing eye on when and how to close down Spar's Liquor and Ede Wine and Mead Wine and Liquor, because the troubles growing out of those establishments are horrible. That's the course that their administrative powers ought to be directed towards, not opening up another merchant's opportunity to sell intoxicants in our neighborhood. For your effort, Miss Jennifer, as you follow in the footsteps of Ms. Brown, I thank you. And I ask that you don't give up and that you persist in your advocacy, because the administration, this Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration, has the power to deny the application, particularly when the peace, order, and quiet of the neighborhood is threatened, and particularly when the property values are threatened, and there's no evidence that the property values won't be threatened. And then also when there's no parking, and that the availability of parking and the traffic flows will be harshly impacted. The statute at DC Code section 25-313, subsection B, outlines what this Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration has to concern itself with. I commend you for addressing those issues before this agency. And you keep going, and we'll hope that they listen to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No more questions.
Mr. Sambo, do you have any questions of this witness, sir?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Any questions by any board members?
Mr. Short has a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Forgive me, the witness's name again? Thomas Ruffin. How you doing, Mr. Short? Thomas Ruffin. Be blessed, sir. I'll just say this. Mr. Ruffin, you brought up some very good points. And again, the parking issue, peace, order, and quiet issues, and the substance abuse issues in your community should be addressed. I agree with you 100%. However, I have to deliberate with my board members, and I'm only a voice that will listen at the peace, order, and quiet issues, the ANC's concerns, and the community's concerns. I do know that persons like yourself who are interested in the communities all over the city should be heard. Thank you for your testimony. And how many years have you lived in this community where you are now, Mr. I've lived in this community since 1965, so that's 57 years. And since you said that previously you were a longtime resident, I'm counting on you, whether you're in the minority or the majority, to speak up for the poor, the disenfranchised, the hardworking, the educated, but the largely Black community over here that typically gets ignored. You said you know the community, well, you know, and you described the streets where you served as a fire marshal, fire chief, you know the neighborhood. So please, just as Mr. Grandis could speak up for the merchants, I ask that you speak up about the real residents, that Miss Jennifer is not make-believe, Miss Brown is not make-believe, and the three of us are not anomalies. We are real, and you know that. If you lived over here, you know that. I was 9 years old in 1965, and the problem grew from the time I was a teenager in the 1970s out of those 3 liquor stores. And when I was like, so to speak, an adult teenager, I marveled at how in the world did they put 3 liquor stores right in one block? How did they do that? And the problem just festered. You saw that, sir. Please bring that to the attention of these people. I'm sure Mr. Sambo can think of an answer to the community besides being a legalized drug dealer selling beer and wine or whatever in a neighborhood where there's addicts galore. It's killing us. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any other board members?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Ruffin, I want to thank you for your presentation today. Being a long-term resident, I think you have a special, unique knowledge of what it was like 50 years ago as what it was like 15 years ago and what it's like today. And that's very important to the city to get those views. And I welcome getting to know each other because I think when you look at me, you see my color. But what you don't see is that I spent from 2009 to 2016 working with the residents and businesses in Anacostia at Martin Luther King and Good Hope Road. My office was on Good Hope Road from 2009 to 2016 because I was invited to help that community to get a business improvement district. And I am very proud that the business improvement district that I was able to get the IRS to allow a 501c3. It is the only 501c3 bid in the city. All the others are 501c6. And I would imagine you know the difference that a 501c3 can get grants.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
501c6 cannot get grants. And that's a big deal to be able to get grants. People can give a contribution. A neighbor who wants to help that community can get a contribution and get a tax write-off. And that's something that I'm very proud that I did. So I really appreciate your concerns, but you don't know me, Mr. Ruffin, as I don't know you. But I welcome getting to know each other because I am proud of the record I was able to do and to work with the hard-working residents of Ward 8 to get what they have today, which is a better business community for the local people. We did not work to gentrify that neighborhood. So I'm sorry that you misunderstood me when I said to the licensee that it's exciting to know that people are doing business in the pandemic. It had nothing to do with his color. And right now, what he's doing over in that neighborhood, no one today has brought anything about complaints from that neighborhood. So I don't think you know how I'm going to vote. I thank everyone who comes in before us and testifies. And if I don't do it well enough, I apologize for that. So, Mr. Ruffin, I welcome the opportunity for you to reach out to me sometime or just Google me. You may not like everything I've done, but don't look at my color, please. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I haven't looked at your color, Mr. Grandis. I just went on what you said. I just went on what you said. And I just want, just a second, I just want to say very briefly, Mr. Grandis, if you opened up that fine newly established business community at Good Hope Road and Martin Luther King, then you probably remember when from Good Hope Road to Southern Avenue on Martin Luther King and South Capitol Street, there were nearly 30 liquor stores, Class A liquor stores. And so one thing that I might disagree with you about is whatever restoration or cleanup or development that's taking place at Good Hope and Martin Luther King, it did result in some good and some bad businesses being moved out and some new businesses that are far wealthier, it seems, certainly far better funded moving in. I would like for the businesses who are presently here and for the homeowners who are presently here to enjoy the prosperity that I think you envision. I just do not want anybody to think that more liquor, beer, or wine sales is part of the answer to that vision. So, but yeah, we can reach each other, no doubt, Mr. Grandis. I'll reach out to you. I hope you vote along the lines of what Ms. Jennifer says. But thank you for listening to me, sir. Thank you.
I would hope that there's no conversation between Mr. Grandis and you, sir, until the ABC board has issued a determination. I do hope there is no conversation between Mr. Grandis and you, Mr. Ruffin, until a decision has been issued in this case. All right?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Any other, yes, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Jennifer.
Nothing. I'm sorry.
Do you have any questions? I know that there weren't questions being asked by the board, there were statements, and I love it, but I want folks to ask questions. So do you have any redirect questions for this witness before we move on to the other witness, ma'am?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Ruffin, thank you very much for your testimony, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Jennifer, do you have another witness, ma'am?
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Ruffin. My next witness will be Mr. Rodney Hollins.
Mr. Hollins, you said how many witnesses you said you had, ma'am?
Including 4. I had 4, but I see that another witness was able to make it. I don't know if I can include him, but I was going to ask to.
Well, his name is on, if that's the other witness, I see that you can call witnesses that are included on your PIP.
Okay.
But I just want to let you know that, time is of the essence.
Right. And how much time do you have left?
I'm not keeping track of the time, but because my expectation was that folks should move along.
Right.
So although everyone has an hour, I try not to put a time limit on you because I'm asking folks to just move along with the hearing. So are you saying, how many more witnesses do you have after this now, ma'am?
After Mr. Hollins, there will be 1 more.
Okay, thanks.
So there will be 2 more.
How many more? Just 2 more, Mr. Hollins, and I guess Mr. Jordan.
Yes.
Mr. Hollins.
Yes, I'm here.
Can you turn your camera on, sir?
I've been trying to do so, but I think
I thought I saw you before.
Okay, can you see me now?
No, I can't see you, but if you don't have a witness, that's fine. I'm sorry, if you don't have all right. I need you to raise your right hand, and I'm assuming that you're raising your right hand, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your witness, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
Go for me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So, Mr. Hollins, can you just very briefly tell us what you used to do for a living and where?
Yes, ma'am. Again, my name is Rodney Hollins. I am a retired detective for the Metropolitan Police Department with 34 years of service.
And where did you work?
At the 7th District on Alabama Avenue, Southeast.
Okay, and does that cover the area of that we're speaking of now, Good Food Market?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us about the crime in that area and the contributing factors?
Yes, ma'am. And Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, I had the opportunity to investigate several crimes in the listed location at the liquor stores that is in a Mead's liquor store and the other ones that are listed. Unfortunately, I had to investigate shootings, stabbings, and robberies at those locations.
Okay, and would you say, can you just give us a little more information about it?
Well, most of the areas that we are speaking of has been a high crime areas as far as robbery was concerned and shootings. Most of the investigation that was conducted by me, some of the victims was non-life threatening shootings that was in the shoulders or in the leg, but nevertheless it did occur and it was in it was in that area.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So can you tell us how the issuance of this license to Good Foods Market to sell alcohol, how that will affect the crime in our community based on your experience?
Based on my experience, this is granting this liquor license would do more harm than good. This is so overwhelming to me that we have 6 liquor stores in less than a quarter of a mile away from each other. And it's just not going to help our situation at all. Like your previous witness has stated, Mr. Ruffin, this is not going to do any good for us at all to have 6 liquor stores less than a mile apart from each other.
Okay, and how close do you actually live to this location, to where the liquor stores are?
I live in the 3900 block of Martin Luther King Avenue Southwest, which is approximately a block and a half away from Whole Food Market.
Okay, and have you seen any incommoding or litter or anything in that area of Good Foods Market?
Not in particular of good food, I mean Whole Food Market, but some of the other areas that is located around the food market has been a problem. Whether or not it's down the street from the market or across the street from the market, there's been a large number of people gathering around some of the liquor stores in the area.
Right, so not at the market because they don't sell liquor. However, at the other stores that actually do sell alcohol.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to add to that?
No, I think Mr. Ruffin and your previous witnesses had basically stated it all.
Okay, one more question. Do you find that, or have you found in your years of service that a lot of people that commit crimes are substance abusers? Whether
Yes,
it's
without a doubt.
alcohol or drugs?
Substance abuse and mental illness, most of those are the people that the liquor store basically attracts in their area.
Okay, so mental illness, like the ones that actually live in that, what was that, 4,000 block of South Capitol?
Of South Capitol. Yes.
Mr. Ruffin mentioned. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Samble, do you have any questions of Mr. Hollins?
I do, thank you. Hi, Mr. Hollins. Nice to talk with you again. I'm just wondering if you can lay out for us how you think Good Food Markets will contribute to more crime in the context of the license that we're talking about here.
I believe in having an additional establishment that sell liquor or any kind of liquor there would just add to the problem. We already have 5. I think you would be the 6th establishment that would have a license to sell.
So by virtue of the sales themselves?
Yes.
And are there additional actions that Good Food Markets, that you think Good Food Markets could take to mitigate that activity that, in the context of this license?
No, not exactly. Once your customers have purchased whatever they purchased from your store, they leave your establishment and they go on their way and start committing whatever crime they might commit while under influence of any kind of liquor they might be under.
Do you think that purchases of beer and wine from Good Food Markets will be purchases that would otherwise not have been alcohol?
No, not necessarily. Just remember, there's five other stores in your location or in that surrounding area that does the same thing, or sell liquor just like you do.
Well, right, and so if someone is looking for that, they have plenty of opportunities today to find it. I think there's a distinction to be made, and it may be insignificant, but between liquor and beer and wine. And that this license in itself is not going to create more crime. In and of itself, just by virtue of selling beer and wine to its existing customers. Do you think that?
Well, sir, I honestly believe of any sale of anything, any person that drinks enough of anything can cause a problem. Again, we are trying to address having an additional store that's going to sell this kind of liquor in our community. You will be the 6th one in less than a quarter of a mile away from each other. The 6th one, and I just think I think it's an overkill. I just think it's just too many stores in that proximity that just overwhelms the whole community.
Understood. Do you think that there's any difference between a grocery store with less than 10% of its total sellable square feet dedicated to beer and wine and a liquor store that sells ready-to-drink singles for that purpose?
I honestly believe any additional stores that sell the same thing that the other 5 previous stores does is going to make a difference. We just don't need additional stores that sells the same thing in our community.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any questions by the board members? All right, Mr. Hollins, thank you
Yes,
very much
sir.
for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Jennifer, do you have another witness, ma'am?
Yes, I do have my final witness, which will be Mr. Absalom Jordan, and actually he is a commissioner, ANC commissioner also.
Mr. Jordan, can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? You're on mute, sir. You can unmute yourself, sir. Mr. Jordan, take your phone off mute, sir. I can't hear you. You now need to unmute yourself,
There you
sir.
go. No, it was
Now I
something
can
that
hear
came
you.
up in front of the area on the screen that would allow me to unmute it, but yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You're a witness, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, Commissioner Jordan, can you tell us why the effect that you believe that Good Food Market will have on the with the sale of alcohol in the community?
Hold on 1 minute, please. Mr. Jordan, can you please spell your name for the record, please?
It's ABSALOMJORDAN.
Go ahead, so you can answer the question now, sir.
Yes, there are a couple of things, Commissioner Janifer, I'd like to address if I can before I address the question you've raised. One is I wanted to give some context about this idea about what was expected from the development. And so I've been a commissioner during the time that both Commissioner Brown and Commissioner Ruffin were there. So I was there before them and I'm still there. And I know the context in which the discussions were held about the development and the potential the potential grocery store. So the first thing is, yes, they're correct that in our negotiations with city interests, that it was stated very clearly because the community wanted to see Al's Liquor Store removed, and that was a welcomed situation. What happens though is that we did meet with city interests, the commission. That was when Teresa Jones was the representative from the single member district, and she was also the chair of the commission. So this is subsequent to Commissioner Brown, former Commissioner Brown being the commissioner for that area. We did meet with representatives from city interests, and they brought their partners in, a company called Michaels out of Ohio. And so we met with them, and a representative was there from Good Foods Market. Okay. And to be perfectly honest, I had some issues with Good Food Markets. I had visited the store on Rhode Island Avenue, and I thought that their prices were excessively high, and I didn't think it would serve our community well, not in terms of just our community not needing the food, but I thought the prices would be prohibitive. But it was reiterated in that meeting that it was agreed to that there would be no liquor sold from that facility. Now, no, we don't have evidence, but I say our testimony has to serve as verbal evidence that this was committed. The second thing is that in terms of the some of the statements that have been made by the proponent, well, I want to drill one thing that Mr. Gratis said when he was responding to Mr. Ruffin. He said, what I said to the licensee, I hope we understand that, and I don't know if if Mr. Grandis has a crystal ball. But he is not a licensee until the commission takes the board takes action to grant a license. And so as it stands right now, he's merely an applicant. And that kind of troubles me that he would refer to Mr. Sambal as the licensee. So I hope that, we put that in perspective. He is not the licensee. Let's get on to the thing about the problems. We've had shootings in the apartment complex itself. Okay. And I'm concerned that, first of all, I'm an 80-year-old resident. I've lived in Ward 8 since 1968. I'm a native Washingtonian. I'm 80 years old, but I've lived in the city all of my life. But I'm saying I've lived in Ward 8 since 1968. So I've had a chance to see how this community has changed over the time. And I've watched what has happened on that corner. So the apartment complex across the street has had problems. The apartment complex that the store is over top of, is underneath of, has had problems. And it's because of the demographics in our community. As you know, we're one of the poorest communities, and Commissioner Brown, former Commissioner Brown can talk about being affluent, but the reality is if we look at Ward 8, and we're not just talking about attracting folks from a very limited area. If we look at Ward 8, there is this problem in terms of demographics. So we've had opportunities to observe the shootings and the crime that has occurred right on that corner, right in that area that's contiguous with the store. And it would appear to me that given that we see at the 7-Eleven, which is a block away, and at the other two liquor stores, that there are a lot of incommoding and also other activities, drug sales and what have you. And we even see people at the 7-Eleven, which is a block away, sitting outside drinking their liquor in public. So the problem I have is once they start selling, if they were ever permitted to sell liquor in the Good Foods Market, we would have those attendant problems there as well. And so I'm just looking at it from that perspective. Another thing that troubles me, though, Mr. Samble said that 60% of the customers are returning. First of all, I would like to see data which shows how many people are actually visiting in the store on a daily basis. Okay, because I don't see that many customers visiting the store. And I think this is a way of generating clientele for the store to have a liquor license, because what they're selling right now in terms of the prepared foods and the other foods is not doing it. But he said to 60%. Well, where is the evidence of that? What data is, how many people are actually coming? And so what is he relying upon? Not to say that verbally he can't make these statements, but what does he back it up with? And so that's one of the things that we're basing this desire to have this license on a need that's supposed to be demonstrated. Then we need empirical evidence to show that. The other thing is, I would like to know from the commission's perspective, maybe this is an inquiry in terms of administration, but my concern is there a presumption that the ANC commission has to overcome in terms of addressing this issue about this store? Or is there a presumption that the applicant is entitled to the license again, and so that the ANC has to overcome that presumption with evidence? And I just want us to get some kind of understanding of how the board will take and examine that question in terms of the great weight consideration. The reality is, for us, we don't see that a need actually exists, because we have two stores that are currently offering the same types of beverages that they would offer, and we have two stores that are meeting the needs of the community at this point. There's nothing that this store will sell that those other two stores are not selling. So why is there a need for a third store? So I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Janifer.
Yes, thank you very much. I have no more questions.
Mr. Sample, do you have any questions you want to ask Mr.
No,
Jordan?
thank you.
Any questions by the board members? No questions by the board members? All right. Hearing none. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you,
All right,
Mr.
very
Chairman.
much. Ms. Janford, do you rest? Meaning that you have no more witnesses that you want to present, ma'am?
I do not have any more witnesses. I rest.
And in your PIP, there are some documents that you had disclosed. So you want to move those into evidence, ma'am?
Please, thank you.
All right, so the documents that, I'm sorry, hold on. So in the PIP, let me see the documents that you had disclosed. So we're gonna move into evidence. There's, I guess there's I guess you provided us with the crime statistics from, I guess a crime analysis, February 25th, 2022. There's also, I think the testimony that of the statement from Diane Brown. I believe those are the only two documents that are in the record. All right, that are in your PIF. So I'll move them into evidence. And Mr. Sampson did not. Sample, he did not provide us with any PIP, with any documents. So there are no documents to move into evidence. All right, so each side will be provided 5 minutes to close your case. This is what I want for you to do in closing. Tell us what it is that what the testimony that you brought in, and what is it that you want the board to do. So I'll need you to be specific to say this is what we prove. And at the end of the day, this is what I want the board to do and why. And so you go first, Mr. Sample.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Thank you. So thank you to the board for holding this hearing. I think that Good Food Markets has attempted to demonstrate that, we understand the issues that are at hand here that have been elucidated here quite eloquently by community members, some of whom we've had numerous discussions with over many years about this question, as well as other issues of food access and safety in the community. That is our primary goal, is to be a great grocer for the Bellevue community, to provide that fresh produce, healthy prepared foods, and basic groceries, including things that you won't find at other stores. And in our view, and in the view of our customers, beer and wine is an important part of that full service grocery offering, which is why we have applied for this grocery license. And our testimony here today has hopefully demonstrated that the issues that have been raised in protest, that as far as property values, there's been no evidence to demonstrate that a full service grocery store decreases property value. In fact, prevailing wisdom and much data demonstrates that it actually increases property values. That in terms of peace, order, and quiet, Good Food Markets has not had any issues to date, albeit in the 6 months that we've been open. That our establishment is the only one retailer on that block that has daily security, that we are managed by local residents who are fully trained and licensed to be responsible alcohol managers, that we will not allow on-site consumption under any circumstances, and take great care to keep our space both in the store and around it clean and free of litter. As far as parking, parking is not an issue that the retailer is responsible for or able to move at this stage. Parking was approved based on the retail use. The parking that the landlord has provided was approved by the district. We are not anticipating expansion of our operations beyond those that have already been approved in terms of being a full service grocery store. We're not implementing any new operations in the beer and wine sales, such as curbside pickup or other types of activities that would fundamentally change the parking situation beyond what has already been approved for this retail use by the district. And that the behavior of other retailers is not indicative of what Good Food Market's current and future practices are and will be, and that we have made extensive offers of compromise in prior conversations to put all of these sort of precautionary measures and mitigating factors into an agreement that would hold Good Food Markets accountable to our commitments, and are continue to be prepared to do so because, again, these are concerns that we share. We recognize they're important and that they're real, and that we want to be a part of the solution to this and not part of the problem. And we think that on balance, the grocery store provides significant community benefit, and the beer and wine is an auxiliary business line that, while very easy to manage and potentially beneficial for the business, that ultimately goes to support the core mission of food access and community health. So I would ask the board to approve this license, and thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Jennifer.
Okay, well, we're asking that the board deny the license, and we're in protest according to DC Municipal Regs, Title 25, Alcoholic Beverages 25-313, which in part states, speaks about the effect of the establishment on real property and on the peace, order, quiet, to include noise and littering in the community. And that we believe that we've showed, based on the crime stats that were submitted by the investigator and the ones that were submitted by myself, that these establishments do, meaning establishments that sell alcohol, they do draw crime. And they draw a lot of different crimes. And as Mr. Sample stated, you know, he stated what they will do to deter it, but he hasn't stated anything other than what the other stores are doing. So the crime is the same. It will be the same there, and his solutions aren't any different. And I know that it was brought up about the store that they own in the other location in Ward 7. I would just like to say, I'm retired from the Metropolitan Police Department. I served nearly 30 years. I served my last probably 8 years as a lieutenant, as a manager. And I have worked in Ward 5 as well as in this community as a manager. And what I can say is that the two areas are totally different. So you can't compare what happens on Rhode Island Avenue to what happens over here on South Capitol Street. The crime rate is different. Everything is different. So you can't compare and say, okay, this store is okay, so this store, therefore this store will be okay. It's just, it doesn't work. In addition, I do hope that we will, as the commission, be considered giving great weight with our testimony and with the information that we have brought forward. I'm sorry, 1 second. I have notes here. I know that it was asked, why did they want to receive the license? And they said they want to be this full service grocery store, and that The citizens have asked for this. I've asked my citizens over and over. I have yet to meet anyone who said that they actually want this. The ones that I've spoken with, that come to the meetings that I've spoken with on the street, no one wants this because they know of the dangers that this will bring to our community. And I do recall that when this store first opened, they put up a list, they put up a board, some kind of paper signage, where they asked the customers to list the things that they wanted to see the store sell that they do not currently sell. There was no mention on there about alcohol, beer, wine, nothing. It wasn't mentioned on there. So I don't believe that there is a need, or that the citizens believe that there is a need to have alcohol on there as for sale at that location. And then there was also a mention of teenagers drinking Boone's Farm because it was inexpensive, and that this particular location won't sell anything as inexpensive. Well, he did mention that there will be some wines that are from $6 to some other amount. So that $6 amount will be equivalent to, back in our day, the price of that Boone's Farm. So I don't see how that that will make a difference. I am very concerned. We are very concerned about that vestibule area, the security of it, the security of that bathroom, and the actual maintenance of that particular area, and the security for that particular area. The store opened, they said they opened in November, and if it was never operable, then this is now May. And if they couldn't get a lock fixed between that time, what happens when other things break down? That I just don't understand. And in addition, the area in which they are going to actually house the alcohol is not a safe area. It's been my experience that that would be too close to the door, and it's open and accessible for theft. It's been my experience throughout my years of working that if alcohol is left open and available to anyone to just come in and pick it up, especially in a neighborhood like ours, that there will be a lot of shoplifting and a lot of theft, which will make crime go up, which will affect our have an effect on our property value. The parking will be an issue, as that little area on the side does not, cars will be towed if they're parked in that area because there's no parking in that area. So, and as we spoke about the double parking, there will be some illegal parking there for sure if people pull up, because there is a Metrobus stop there, and there's no parking in Metrobus zones. So that will create a hazard. And as that street, which is Atlantic Street, is a narrow street in which cars park a little further up, that will be a safety hazard for children going to the learning center and parents picking up their children. And it appears that there is a lack of, that the demand for the alcohol at Good Food Market will not be great, because we already have 2 existing stores that sell alcohol. The community did not want Al's Liquor when it was there. They wanted to get rid of it. So I can't imagine that they now want to have another store there to actually sell alcohol. And, you know, right now, yes, everything looks great. I'm sure in means of the investigative report that was submitted by ABRA, but there are no alcohol sales there right now. So we can't say, oh, they are a nuisance right now, but experience, history have shown us that once they start selling alcohol, there will be a problem. And we just cannot afford in our community to keep doing the same thing and expecting different results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jennifer. Just before closing the record, I just want to bring some clarification, because I think there was some confusion out there. On the placard in notice, that tells the community what the type of license that's been applied for and what's been applied for. There was an error on the placard notice. However, what the notice, the type of license that is being requested of us is a B license, a full service grocery store. A B license in a full service grocery store can only sell beer and wine. There was a notation on the placard that says spirits. They are not applying for a spirits license, and so they're only applying for a B license, and a B license, a grocery store can only legally sell beer and wine. I just want to put that clarification out there, because I believe that there was some mention about spirits, and I just want to let the community know that spirits are not being considered, because you can only serve beer and wine under a B license. I just want that to be clear. There are no spirits are being considered. Whatever decision the board makes, whether or not to grant the license or deny the license, spirits is not part of the equation.
Right, and we want to deny based on what you just said, B. We want to deny.
I know.
We understand, and we just want to deny B with the tasting permit. Right.
All right, fine. So, but that's why I just want to say to you that we consider what's on the placard, but there is an error on the placard, and the placard said spirits, and that should not be there, because legally, the ABC board cannot grant a B license with spirits. I just want to say, so at least you will know that whatever decision we make, whether or not to grant it or to deny it, spirits is not part of the equation. That is all I just want to let you know, because I know that a couple of witnesses had mentioned that, and when I also looked at the placard notice earlier, I saw that it also stated spirits, but it's clear that a B license is what's been requested, and an establishment that has a B license cannot sell spirits. Okay, that's all I wanted to state. All right, thank you. This matter is now closed. I want to thank the parties for their presentation today. I want to assure all the parties that the board will, the board members, I have not made up my mind, and I do not believe any board members have made up their mind. The board will go into executive session. We will discuss this case, and we'll make a decision. And I know that we talk about great weight in every decision that the board makes. Great weight is given to the ANC. Now, I just want to clarify, great weight does not mean that because the ANC says, I don't want something or I want something, that doesn't necessarily mean that's what the board is going to say. Whatever great weight means, that the board will consider what the ANC has stated. And if the board decides not to go with the recommendation of the ANC, the board will explain why is it that the board did not agree with the ANC, or the board agrees with the ANC. I just want to make sure that that's what great weight means. It means that the board will consider the recommendations of the ANC, and whatever decision we make, we will address and specifically states why we will adopt or reject the recommendations of the ANC. Okay? All right, so I'll bring this matter to close, and I'll read the closing statement. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 22 PRO 00009 Good Food Markets, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate upon case number 22 PRO 00009 Good Food Markets for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short. Mr. Short. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
Mr. Short. I know that Mr. Short is somewhere, yes, but he's been having some technical difficulties. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess these proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much. Because it's a new license, the board will issue a decision within 60 days. 60 days from today, the board will issue a decision whether or not to deny the license or to grant the license. All right, give me 1 minute for me to close the record for the day, and then everyone can sign off, please. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575B and Section 2575B14 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on May the 11th, 2022 for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the matters identified on the board's legal, licensing, and investigative agenda for May 11th, 2022, as published in DC Register on May 6th, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that is written properly. Second, Mr. Short. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Penny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Short. Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank everyone who participated in this hearing. I would also like to thank everyone who participated as witnesses listening online for this hearing. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much for your appearance today. And we are now adjourned. Have a great day. I now direct the board members to return to executive session for further action. Have a great day, and thank you very much.
Thank you.